Hi everyone. If you enjoyed this video, please subscribe. If you haven't subscribed yet, I'd love to see you join me. And don't forget to like and let me know what you think in the comments. They call me Avamoro now, but names feel flimsy these days, like shadows. I'm 28, or at least I was when it happened. Last year, they say. But time's a twisted thing now. Feels like a nightmare from another life. One I barely escaped. Did I even escape? Sometimes I'm not so sure. I used to wrangle high schoolers, drama queens and kings in training. School teacher, that was me. Adventure, not really my thing. Nature, though, that was different. Trees, quiet, breathing space, that's why I said yes to the camping trip. A weekend in the Blackwood State Forest. Supposed to be this reconnect thing with my boyfriend, Liam, and our friends, Chloe and her boyfriend, Ben. Liam was hitting 30, a construction guy, all muscle and swagger, knew how to get his way. Hot-headed. But underneath it, I thought, a decent guy. We'd been circling the drain lately, relationship-wise. Trust issues. Leftovers from my last train wreck of a relationship. Liam swore he wasn't like him, and I wanted to believe it, needed to maybe. Chloe, my college bestie, 27, worked the late shift as a bartender. Loud, opinionated, didn't pull punches. Fun, yeah. But also a pro at steering things up when the air got thick. Never told Liam, but Chloe had this thing for him. Subtle, maybe just in my head, but the way she looked, the way she'd tease him, lingering a beat too long. Ben, Chloe's guy, 33 EMT, level-headed, practical. The default peacemaker. Hated camping, came along because Chloe practically dragged him. 2 nights, deep in Blackwood, miles from marked trails, forget those crowded campsites. Isolation was the point. Friday afternoon, sun high, forest eerily silent, serene, at first. Then the silence just sat wrong. No bird song, no crickets, just our boots grinding on dry leaves. Set up camp in a small clearing. 2 tents. Liam and me in one, Chloe and Ben in the other. Minimal gear weekend trip, remember. Flashlights, sleeping bags, cooler. Phones, useless bricks out there, 0 signal. Ben, Mr. Practical, had to rib me about wanting to check my Instagram. That's the point. Ava, he'd said, tapping his temple, cough, grid. No noise, unpacking. I spotted something half buried near the tree line. Knelt, dug it out. Tiny kid's shoe. Filthy, beat up, definitely not new. Cold prickled my skin even in the sun. Looked around, nothing. No footprints, no kid, nothing. Night fell, campfire crackling, wind picking up, leaves whispering overhead. Silence again, pressing in. Ghost stories, Chloe's brilliant idea. Whiskey sloshed around, then tense, sleep. Midnight maybe, something woke me. Faint giggle, like a kid's laugh, carried on the breeze. Nudged Liam. Dreaming. He grunted, rolling over. But I heard it, lay there, wired. Ears straining, until exhaustion finally won. Morning, limb shaking me awake, face like thunder. Ava. Voice tight. Come look at this. Outside, small footprints circling our tent. Kid-sized, maybe 7 years old. Fresh. Sharp in the damp earth from last night's rain. Chloe and Ben joined us, Chloe shivering, hugging herself. Creepy prank, she asked, eyes flicking to Liam. We didn't do this, Liam snapped, annoyed. Not funny. Ben just stared, face grim, already pale. Asked if he was okay. Hadak, he mumbled, splitting. Chloe joked, whiskey already kicking in. He just shook his head. Different kind of headache. Eerie, yeah, but we tried to shrug it off. Los kid wandered near. from another campsite. We hadn't seen anyone. Liam and Ben went for firewood. Chloe and I started lunch, cleaning up, twig snap. Turned. Small boy. Edge of the clearing. Clothes ripped, caked in dirt. Wide, dark eyes. Said nothing. Oh my God, breathed. Hey kiddo, I said. Voice too loud, too cheerful. You lost. Stared, unblinking. Something wrong with his eyes. Too dark. Too empty. Stomach clenched. Now, where your parents are. Still nothing. Small finger. Raised, pointed deeper into the trees. Liam, Ben. Chloe whispered. Get them. Before we could yell, they were there, wood piled in their arms. Liam dropped his load, saw the kid. Hey buddy. Cautious. Stepping closer. You okay? Kid's eyes flicked to Liam, then us. Slow head shake. Face blank. No tears, no fear. We tried coaxing him closer. Campsite, water, food. Refused everything. Just pointed. Deeper. Ben rubbed his temples, groaned. Headache's killing me. But he straightened up. We gotta help him. Kid followed us a few steps towards camp, then stopped. Never spoke, never blinked. Just stood there, near our tents, watching. Faint smile flickered, sometimes, across his dirty face. Should we get help? I asked. Chloe scoffed. No signal. Hours to hike back, drive to ranger station. Can't just leave him. Liam argued. Ben pressed a hand to his forehead, winced. I'll go, he muttered. Maybe signal on a ridge or something. Headed off alone, wouldn't let anyone join. Chloe, irritated, typical. Missa. Hero. Liam and I stayed with the kid, hoping for a name, anything. Day bled on. Kid didn't ask for anything, just stood there. Faint smile. Occasionally, on his dirty face. Dusk slammed down. Ben still gone. Chloe pacing, chewing her nails raw. Liam kept his eyes locked on the kid. Now cross-legged by a tree, watching. Always watching, night again fast. Bigger fire this time, waiting for Ben. Fear, cold knot in my gut. Chloe swore Ben was tough, resourceful, find his way back. Midnight crawled around. Scream ripped through the forest. Echoing. Fading. Before we could even breathe, Chloe shot up. That was me, she whispered, eyes wide, terror blooming. Sounded like me. Liam and I exchanged a look. Couldn't be, I said. You're right here. Flashlights grabbed. We spread out, calling Ben's name. Kid followed, always behind, silent shadow. Then, Chloe's voice again, fainter, from deeper in the dark. Help me, Ava. But Chloe was right there. Flashlight beam cutting the same darkness. Forest lit up in patches, branches swaying, nothing else. Scrambled back to camp, hearts hammering, confused, terrified. Kid gone. Vanished. He was just behind us, Liam said, spinning around, flashlight beam wild. Nothing. In the firelight, something glinted. Ben's phone. Or looked like his. Screen up. On the ground, smashed. Screen spider webbed. Chloe picked it up, tears welling. Ben, she screamed, voice cracking. Only silence answered. Grabbed my car keys. We're going now. Liam and Chloe didn't argue. Reached the SUV. Liam swore, ripped out a string of curses. Hood popped, wires ripped, fluid leaking onto the dirt. Escape route, gone. Someone's messing with us. Liam snarled. Chloe's lip trembled. What the hell is going on? Before we could even think, Ben stumbled out of the trees. Collapsed. Knees hit the ground. Soaked in sweat, face gray. Sorry, he mumbled, clutching his head. I'm so sorry. Rushed to him. Questions spilling out. We're her. Kid. Ben's eyes rolled back, then he lunged. Fists flying straight at Liam. So fast, so out of nowhere. Liam went down hard. Ben kept screaming. He showed me everything. Chloe and I wrestled Ben off Lime, dragged him back. He fell retching. Black bile splattered the dirt. Stench hit us, rotten eggs, sulfur, poison, hallucinogenic plant. Dragged him closer to the fire. Held him down. Ben's eyes flickered open, groaned. Hid someone's in there with me. That night, no sleep. Ben twitching, muttering nonsense, sometimes howling, raw animal pain. Liam on edge, flashlight sweeping the darkness. Chloe, quiet sobs when she thought we weren't looking. Sometime before dawn, exhaustion finally cracked me open. Dozed. Woke to a scream. Horrific. Clone. Her phone, like Ben's, smashed on the ground. Taken, Liam said, voice shaking. We have to find her. Ben was useless. Delirious, eyes bloodshot, hands trembling. Liam wanted to leave him. Can't, I argued. Can't just leave him. Split up. Liam search immediate area for Chloe. I stay with Ben. If Liam found nothing, we hike out, find help. Kneeling by Ben, he grabbed my wrist, tight grip. Whispered, it's in the forest, Ava. You have to run. Stomach twisted. We will, Ben. But not without Chloe. Weak laugh, tears in his eyes. Chloe's gone. She's gone. I'm next. Tried to comfort him. Expression changed. Fear. Pure animal terror. Oh God, no, he's here. Ben whimpered, eyes fixed past me. Turned. Kid. Standing right behind me. Head cocked. Screamed. Stumbled back. Ben convulsed. Guttural snarl ripped from his throat. Scrambled up. Inhuman speed. Grabbed something from Liam's pack. Hunting knife. Ben, what are you? He lunged. Dove, missed by inches. Sick laugh. Not Ben's, kids. Mouth stretched open, rows of needle teeth. Too many, Ron. Then, flicker gone. Kid vanished into the trees. Ben snarled again, turned on Liam's tent. Ripped it open. Where is he? Ben hissed, voice layered. Echo that wasn't human. Grabbed the first thing I could. Heavy flashlight. Swung, hit Ben hard. Staggered, dropped the knife. Snatched it up. Hands shaking. Knife pointed at him. Stay away, I choked out, tears streaming. Ben's eyes rolled back. Collapsed. Unconscious. Blow. Whatever was in his head. Didn't know, didn't care. Heart hammering, ran. Find Lim. Found him 50 yards from camp. Yelling Chloe's name. Saw me. Face drained white. What happened? He asked, voice tight. Ben, he tried to kill me. Something's wrong with him. Rushed back. Ben gone. Blood drops on the dirt where he fell. Liam cursed. Search for Chloe together. Forest warped as we moved. Time twisted. Flashlights flickered. Dying, even with new batteries. Faint giggles, always just out of reach. Found Chloe. Clearing. Arms tied behind her, gagged, tied to a tree. Sprinted to her, fumbling with the ropes. Touched her restraints. Scream ripped from her throat, thrashing, wild. Before we could free her, yanked back. Both of us. Liam slammed into the dirt. Low laughter, all around. Kid stepped into the clearing. Face stretched, unnatural grin. Close eyes, pure terror, head shaking, violent. Stay away, warning. Then voice whispered behind us. He showed me. Turned. Ben, emerging from shadows. Face hollowed, eyes black, rimmed. Blood smeared his shirt, knife in his hand. Liam lunged. Ben sidestepped, impossibly fast. One motion. Knife flashed Liam's throat. Gurgle. Liam hit the ground, blood pumping, dark red. No. I screamed, scrambling to him. Hands pressed to his neck, useless. I love you, he gasped. Last breath rattled out. Still. Mind blank. Cold numbness spreading. Ben, or whatever, knelt beside me. Voice that wasn't his. deeper, ancient. Truth. Ben Thing said. Now I see. Before I could move, knife turned. Ben Thing rammed it into his own throat. Blood sprayed. Collapsed on Liam. Both lay there, still, eyes open. Keening wail cut through the air. Chloe, still tied, eyes wild. Screaming behind the gag, tears streaming. Small footsteps. Kid walked to Chloe, hand on her arm. Silence fell. Chloe's eyes rolled back, trance. Survival kicked in. Scrambled back, distance, horror. Something slammed into my head. Black. Woke up tied to a tree. Different clearing, mouth free, spat dirt, coughed. Sun gone. Moon, pale light through branches. Kid in front of me. Chloe to my right. Face streaked with dried tears, different. Fingers twitching, joints moving wrong. Eyes half lidded, trance. Chloe. Throat raw. Hear me. Head turned, slow. Eyes locked on me. Don't want to, she rasped. He's making me. Kid moved, hand on Chloe's shoulder. Eyes glazed over again, ragged breath. Horrifying calm, shuffled towards me. No, I choked. Chloe, don't. Knelt beside me. Tears breaking through trance. Sorry. She whispered, voice layered. Wrong. No choice. Grabbed my left hand. Fingers clamped down, crack. Sickening. Index finger. Pain ripped through me, screamed. Again. Middle finger. Begged her to stop. Tears blurring vision. Only sobbed, so sorry. Kept going. Kid watched, smiling. No pity, no humanity. Just cold fascination. 3 fingers broken. Screams to hoarse whimpers. Vision sparking black. Paused. Gaze flickered. Consciousness. Reached for rusty knife on the ground. Determination in her eyes. Cut rope on my left arm. Kid hissed, stepped forward, face twisted fury. Last ounce of Chloe's will. Shoved knife at me, handle first. End it, she murmured, voice trembling. Kid lunged at Chloe. Ear-splitting shriek. Just enough time. Knife up. Plunged it into her side. Chloe cried out, blood trickling from her mouth. Eyes cleared. Moment. Thank you, she whispered. Slumped to the ground. Still. Turned knife on the kid. Gone. Vanished into the black trees. Body shaking. Pass out from pain, maybe. Summoned last strength. Cut rest of bindings. Stumbled into the forest. Don't know how long. Night stretched on, unearthly giggles, just beyond flashlight beam. Reached campsite. Liam's body, where he fell, eyes open, staring nowhere. Ben's corpse draped over him. Air thick with copper rot. Something shifted in the dark behind me. Giggle, kid close. Sensed it. Found gas can by Liam's truck. Emergency stash. Numb poured it. Tents ground, everything. Matches. Whole site erupted. Flames roared. Twisted branches lit up. Unholy presence. Fire break its hold. Flicker of flames. Kid's silhouette. Staring from distance. Eyes, firelight. Collapsed. Dirt road, edge of forest. Truck driver found me at sunrise. Bloody, half conscious. Mumbled demon child friends. Driver, police, hospital. Told them everything, wide-eyed. FBI got involved. Official story twisted. Trauma, they said. Erratic statements. Tragic incident. Full play, bear attack. Liam Chloe, Ben's remains found. Case file vanished. Details never public. FBI agent, stoic. Blank visited twice. Recount events. Notebook snapped shut. Left. No comment. Final report later found out, me. Prime suspect. Psychotic break. Murder. Self-inflicted injuries. Footprints. Giggling kid who never ate. Never blinked. Hysteria. Missing 3 fingers. Left hand dismissed. Psychiatric facility. Further evaluation. Trauma-induced delusions, doctors said. Horrifying. Mind fabricated supernatural. Smile, nod politely. No idea. Mental hospital gray. Predictable. Small room, window, barely opens. TV in common room. Morning, TV on. Breaking news, missing couple, Blackwood State Forest. Abandoned car, same trailhead we used. Not found. Blood ran cold, dashcam inside their car. Small figure, pale thin, side of the road, waving as they approached. Broadcast cut off. Search ongoing, no updates since. Told doctors, head shakes, old clip, mind tricks again. But I know, still out there. Blackwood State Forest. Small boy, wide eyes, silent. Turn around. Don't help, don't follow. Not lost. Waiting. Won't let you leave. Days blur. Weeks maybe. Time's a flat circle in here. All grey walls and scheduled meds. They push pills at me. Talk in soft voices about processing trauma. Trauma. They think they know trauma. They see charts, diagnoses. They don't see him. Sleep offers no escape. Blackwood bleeds into my dreams. Liam's last breath. Close broken fingers. Ben's eyes. Empty sockets staring into nothing. Always the kid. Smiling that smile that isn't a smile. Waiting. One afternoon, Dr. Hayes. My assigned caregiver, if you can call it that, sits with me in the sterile visiting room. Sunlight filters weakly through the barred window, doing nothing to warm the chill that settled bone deep. He's got that practiced, sympathetic look, the one that says, I'm listening, but I'm not really hearing you. Ava, he starts, voice gentle, too gentle. We've been reviewing your case. Your progress, he trails off, searching for the right non-committal word. Utter is steady. Steady towards what? Becoming a ghost in their system. I just nod, play along. Learn that quick. Agree, complete, disappear. That's good, doctor. He smiles, thin, humorless. We understand you've been fixated on the news report. My gut clenches. They know. They're always watching. The missing couple. I ask, voice flat. Yes. About that. He shifts in his chair. Smooths his tie, avoids my eyes. We believe it's important to ground you in reality, Ava. That footage you saw, it was misinterpreted. Misinterpreted. I repeat the word, tasting like ash. I saw him, doctor. On the dashcam, the boy. He sighs, long suffering. Ava, dashcam footage is often grainy, unclear. What you perceived as a figure was likely a trick of the light, a shadow, perhaps even. He hesitates, then plunges on. A deer. They're common in that area. A deer. Right. A deer with wide, black eyes and a smile that could freeze hell over. It was a child, doctor. The same child. He says again. He's softer now, pity dripping in his voice. There was no child found at the trailhead. No child reported missing in the area. The couple, it's a tragic disappearance, yes. But it's a human tragedy, not something else. He wants me to say it. The word. Supernatural. The word they use to lock you away and forget you. I won't give him the satisfaction. They went into Blackwood. I say instead, voice low. Just like we did. And now they're gone. He stands up, meeting over, dismissal in his posture. We're here to help you. To process these fantasies. Reality, Ava. That's what we need to focus on. He pats my shoulder, a gesture that feels cold, clinical. Reality. Reality. Their reality. Not mine. Mine is still echoing with screams and fire and the scent of death. Back in my room, the TV drones in the common area. Flickers of daytime shows, game shows, mindless noise. I stare at the blank wall, Blackwood burning behind my eyelids. Then, a flicker on the screen catches my eye. Local news. Again, my pulse jumps. Search for the missing couple continues, with no new leads. Authorities are urging hikers to avoid the Blackwood State Forest area until further notice. Static crackles, the image shifts. Then, it's there. Quick, too quick, blink and you'd miss it. Grainy, shaky footage, clearly from a phone. Someone filming from a car, driving slowly down a winding forest road. Trees blurring past. Then, on the shoulder of the road, a figure. Small. The boy. Waving. Same slow, deliberate wave from the dashcam footage. But clearer this time. Sharper. The wide, dark eyes catch the light, reflecting it back like black mirrors. The faintest hint of that smile. My breath hitches. Hands clench into fists. It's him. It's really him. Not a trick of the light, not a deer, not a delusion. Him. The footage cuts out. Back to the bland, smiling news anchor, talking about traffic updates, oblivious. But I saw it. Everyone in the common room, faces slack, glued to the screen, they saw it too. They see it. I stand up, walk slowly to the TV. Faces turn towards me, nurses, patients, all muted, incurious. Except one. Old woman in a wheelchair, eyes sharp to bright, fixed on me. She nods, once slow, almost imperceptible. Like she knows. Like she saw it too. A jolt electric runs through me. Not crazy. Not just someone else saw. Someone else knows. Later. After dinner, tasteless mush they call food, I find her in the common room again. Wheelchair by the window. Staring out at the darkening sky, I hesitate, then walk over. You saw it too, didn't you? I ask, voice barely a whisper. She turns her head, slowly, deliberately, like the kid. Eyes like chips of obsidian. Black wood, she rasps. Voice like dry leaves rustling in the wind. They never leave Blackwood. The boy, I press, heart hammering. The child on the news, you saw him. She nods again. He waits, always waits. Forest hungry. Forest hungry. What does that even mean? But in her eyes, I see something that chills me more than any ghost story. Recognition. Belief. She's seen it too. Maybe she's even survived it. Who is he? I ask, desperate for answers, for anything solid in this swirling nightmare. What is he? Old woman's lips twitch, almost a smile, but colder, sadder than the kids. They call him the collector. The collector name hangs in the air, heavy, ominous. Collector of what? Soul lives. Fingers. Suddenly, the grey walls of the hospital don't feel so safe anymore. Reality. Dr. Hayes wants to ground me in reality. Maybe reality is bigger, darker, more terrifying than they can possibly imagine. Maybe reality includes things that wait in the woods, things that collect. And maybe, just maybe, the only way to survive is to stop playing their game, stop nodding and agreeing, and start facing the real nightmare, the one that's still waiting in Blackwood. The word echoes in my head, a cold key turning in a rusty lock. Collector of what? Old woman didn't say, just stared out at the night, lost in her own Blackwood memories. But the name, it sticks, feels right, heavy with wrongness. Sleep is worse than useless now. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back there. Campfire smoke, clothes screaming, Liam's blood, Ben's black eyes, the kid's smile. And now, a new imager, the missing couple's car. Dashcam flickering, that small figure waving them deeper into the forest's hungry mouth. I can't stay here. Safe room, soft voices. Pills, it's a cage, not a sanctuary. Reality they want me to embrace is a lie. The real reality is Blackwood, and whatever waits there. And maybe, just maybe, the only way to break free of this nightmare is to go back. Escape plan starts forming, fragile, desperate. Pills. They hand them out like candy here, stabilizers, they call them. Hiding them is easy. Flush a few, stash the rest. Days turn into a slow, deliberate count. Collecting my arsenal of false calm. Weeks crawl by. I play the game, nod, smile, attend group therapy. Talk about feelings and coping mechanisms. Dr. Hayes beams, notes significant progress in my chart. Fools. They see what they want to see. The night I decide to go, the moon is a sliver in the sky, mirroring the thin thread of hope left inside me. Pills are piled up, enough to make anyone sleep, even the dead. Stuff them in my pocket, under the shapeless hospital gown. Window in my room. Barely opens, they said. Lied, old frame, rusted hinges. With enough force a metal screams, paint chips. Window grudgingly slides open, just enough. Squeeze through, thin frame digging into my ribs. Cold night air hits my face, sharp, clean. First real breath in weeks. Hospital grounds are quiet, shadows long and distorted under the weak security lights. No guards in sight. Easy. Too easy. Like something wants me to leave. Walk, then jog, then run. Away from the grey walls, towards the edge of town, towards the darkness that calls to me, pulls at me with icy fingers. Towards Blackwood. Bus station, empty at this hour. One-way ticket. Nearest town to Blackwood State Forest. Cash from somewhere. Details are hazy, unimportant. Just need to get there. Bus ride is a blur of flickering streetlights and empty highway. Faces around me are pale, tired, indifferent. No one sees the ghost sitting in the back, staring out at the darkness rushing past. Dawn breaks as I step off the bus. Small town, gas station, diner, woods pressing in close on all sides. Blackwood air, thivy, even here. Hike to the trailhead takes hours, legs burning, lungs aching. Pain in my broken fingers, constant throb, a reminder, a brand, trailhead sign, Blackwood State Forest, warnings faded, ignored. No caution tape, no ranger patrols. They've given up. Written it off as a tragic incident, bear attack, anything but the truth. But the truth is waiting, just beyond the trees. First steps into the woods, silence falls, heavy, familiar. Silence of Blackwood. No birds, no insects, just the rustle of leaves under my worn sneakers, and the whisper of wind through the branches, like a sigh. Or a giggle. Sunlight filters through the canopy, dappled, distorted. Shadows dance, playing tricks on my eyes. Every rustle, every snap of a twig, expecting him. Expecting the boy to step out from behind a tree, smiling that smile. Campsite. Clearing. Scarred earth. Blackened patches where the fire burned. Charred wood. Twisted metal of the cooler. Melted plastic of the tents. Smell of ash, faint, lingering. Ghosts of screams still hanging in the air. Liam's body, Ben's body, Chloe's body gone. Authorities cleaned it up, erased the evidence, buried the truth under layers of lies and official narratives. But I remember. Every detail burned into my brain. Every horror replaying on an endless loop, deeper into the woods. Following what? Instinct? Death wish? Maybe a little of both. Need to see him again. Need to understand. Need to stop him. If that's even possible. Hours pass. Forest gets darker, colder, even though the sun is climbing higher. Trees press in. Branches like skeletal arms reaching out. Air thickens, harder to breathe. Something's watching. Always watching. Sensed it since I stepped back into Blackwood. Eyes on me, unseen, waiting. Then the giggle. Faint. Carried on the wind, just like before. Closer now. Much closer. Heart hammers against my ribs, fear, cold, sharp, but something else too. A strange, twisted sense of recognition, like coming home to a nightmare. Giggle again louder, and then he's there, standing in a patch of shadow just ahead on the trail. Small figure, pain, clothes ripped, dirt stained, wide, black eyes fixed on me. That smile. Collector. He doesn't move, just stands there, blocking the path, waiting for me, for the offering, for whatever Blackwood hungers for. I stop, a few feet away, heart pounding so hard I can barely hear anything else, except the wind, whispering through the trees, and the faint, almost silent, giggle. "Whoa," I ask, voice hoarse, barely audible. "Why us? Why them? What do you want?" He tilts his head, considering, then raises a small hand, points deeper into the forest. Same gesture as before. Deeper, always deeper. "No," I say, voice stronger now, shaking but firm. "Not this time. I'm not going deeper. You are." Reach into my pocket, pull out the pills. Handful of them, white, chalky, fake calm. "Here," I say, holding them out. "Want a collection? Collect these." He doesn't move, just stares, eyes unblinking. Smile falters, just a fraction. Confusion. Curiosity. Something flickers in those black depths. Take a step closer, pills still extended. "Take them," I say, voice rising, desperate, pleading, challenging. "Take these instead." Another step. Closer now. Close enough to see the details. The dirt caked under his fingernails. The two sharp edges of his teeth. The unnatural stillness of his eyes. Close enough to see something shift in those eyes. Something human. Pain, sadness, impossible. But maybe, just maybe, he hesitates, small hand twitches, almost reaches out. Then the forest screams. Wind whips through the trees, branches thrashing, leaves tearing loose, swirling around us like a vortex. Darkness gathers, even though it's still day. Air crackles with energy, unseen, malevolent. Forest doesn't want the offering rejected. Forest wants to feed. Kid flinches, recoils, steps back into the shadows. Smile gone, replaced by something vulnerable. Lost, just for a heartbeat. Then, gone. Vanished. Into the storm of leaves and shadows. Forest roars, cheated, furious. But he's gone. I stand there, shaking. Pills scattered on the forest floor, wind tearing at my clothes, but still standing. Still breathing. Still alive. Forest quiets, slowly, grudgingly. Wind dies down. Sunlight filters through again, weak, hesitant. Silence returns, but different now. Not heavy, not pressing. Just empty. Collector is gone. Maybe just retreated. Maybe waiting. But for now gone. And maybe, just maybe, that's enough. Maybe rejecting the offering, facing the nightmare, was the only way to break free. Turn around, walk back the way I came. Out of the clearing, out of the woods, back towards the thin thread of hope, back towards a world that might, just might, still hold a sliver of light. Blackwood behind me, for now. But the collector I know, deep down, he's still waiting. Always waiting, in the hungry forest, collecting, and remembering my face. My name is Alex Ryder. I'm 25 years old. And this is the goddamn truth about what happened when 5 of us walked into Dark Entry Forest, near the ghost town of Dudleytown in Connecticut. Only 2 of us walked out. Forget ghost stories. This was something else entirely, something real, sickeningly real. It started with my obsession. Abandoned places. Ghost towns, they've always pulled at me. Dudleytown, with its whispers of curses and vanished souls. had been a dark star in my mind for years. They called it cursed, hidden deep in a region choked with supernatural tales, missing hikers, animals ripped apart, legends of a darkness that watched and waited. I had to see it. I had to feel it. I convinced a few friends, maybe convinced is too soft a word. I dragged them on what I called, with a thrill of dark romance, the ultimate expedition. Let me introduce them, the order they signed up for this nightmare. First, Chris Miller, my best friend, 26, cautious. Yeah, to a fault sometimes, but loyal as hell. If anyone would have my back in a bad place, it was Chris. Next, my cousin, Sam Davis, just 22 and itching to prove himself. Camping, barely knew which end of the sleeping bag was up. He idolized me, always had, and I hesitated bringing him. But Sam is stubborn, always has been. Stubbornness won. Then came Jake Hunter, 28, the oldest and, you had to admit, the most capable outdoorsman of the bunch. He'd done prison time, assault, he claimed self-defense. Half of us believed him, half didn't. But no one doubted his survival skills. They were brutal. Finally, Sarah Jones, 24. My ex. Broke up over a year ago. Messy doesn't even begin to cover it. Truth is, I had zero clue she was coming. Chris invited her, behind my back. She showed up on my doorstep, backpack slung over her shoulder, face like stone. She wasn't there to patch things up with me. She was there to keep everyone else alive. Tension thick enough to choke on. We crammed into my old SUV and pointed it towards Cornwall. The drive was a jittery mix of excitement and dread. Chris, trying to outrun his nerves, pored over a tattered, ancient map Jake swore was the only reliable guide to Dudleytown. Sarah, silent and focused, checked her geared compass, boots, water, everything perfect. Sam, buzzing with nervous energy, peppered us with questions about Dudleytown's history, while Jake dropped grim little warnings about how easy it was to vanish in those woods. We hit the trailhead late afternoon. Makeshift was the word for it. No official markers, just a dirt track swallowed by trees, branches clawing overhead. The deeper we walked, the heavier the air felt, like the whole forest was watching, breathing down our necks. Silence, thick and heavy, only broken by the snap of a twig or the rustle of something unseen darting through the undergrowth. The first night passed without fireworks, just a low hum of unease. Around the campfire, Jake showed us how to set a snare, all sharp edges and grim efficiency. Sarah kept shooting glances at me, anger still burning in her eyes, but she was all business about the expedition. Chris stuck close to Sam, who was jumpy as a trapped rabbit. Night fell like a sudden curtain. We waited for owls, crickets, the usual night sounds. Nothing. Just a suffocating silence. We split into tents, Jake and Sam in one, Chris and me in another. Sarah took her own little one-person tent, a good 10 yards off, a dark shape in the deeper dark. Sleep was a joke. The forest felt alive, but not in a good way. I woke to a sound, faint but sharp, like someone whispering my name. I unzipped the tent, flashlight sweeping around. Empty. Chris mumbled he hadn't heard a thing. Exhaustion, I told myself, and tried to drift back under. But the feeling of being watched stayed with me, cold and prickling on my skin. Morning brought the first real sign that this wasn't just woods and shadows. Sam, pale as death, stumbled back from the stream where he'd gone to fill his canteen. He held out his hand, in it a shoe, an old hiking boot, woman's size maybe, worn down to the insole, stained dark around the edges. rotten. No idea how long it had been out there. Bad enough on its own. But then we saw the footprints in the mud by the stream. Human-shaped, but stretched, too long, too deep. Like something freakishly tall or impossibly heavy had walked there. We tried to laugh it off. Soft mud, weird angles. Anything to make it normal. But Sarah's eyes were dark, uneasy. We pushed on. Midday, we were aiming for the heart of Dudleytown's ruins. Set up a proper camp there for the night. Jake figured it was the best spot to scout the whole area. As we walked, I noticed it again, the silence. Not just quiet, but empty. No birdsong, no squirrels chattering, not even a breeze in the leaves. Like we were walking in a vacuum. Just our own footsteps, hushed voices echoing between the trees. Around noon, we broke through to what must have been the edge of Dudleytown. Tumbled stone walls, half buried in moss and vines, ghosts of houses. We hunted for a campsite, finally found a flattish clearing near a cluster of dead-looking trees, skeletal against the sky. Camp went up fast. Daylight felt like it was bleeding away. Quick lunch of canned crap and protein bars, then we split up. Firewood, Jake said, and maybe see what was left in the ruins. That's when the second jolt hit. Sam came back to camp, shaking. He'd found a deer carcass. Dead deer in the woods. Whatever. But this was hoisted up into a tree, wedged in the branches, bones picked clean. Nothing normal does that. Not bears, not coyotes, the usual suspects around here. Jake went to look. Came back, face bleached white. Couldn't even really describe it. Just kept saying it was like something had, methodically, harvested the meat. Stripped the bones clean and hung it there, dangling like a goddamn warning. We should have left then. Sarah was the first to say it. This isn't normal. We need to get the hell out of here. Her eyes scanned the tree line, sharp, wary. But Jake, voice shaky but trying to sound tough, insisted we stay calm. Rogue animal. We can handle it. He knew he was bullshitting himself. He reminded us we were miles deep, needed to be smart about getting out. Maybe wait for morning, daylight, rest. Chris, pale and quiet, nodded agreement. Sam, rattled to the bone, didn't want to be the only one begging to run. He shut up. Me torn. Part of me, the stupid, thrill-seeking part, wanted to prove we weren't scared, that we could handle whatever the woods threw at us. But another part, deeper, colder, primal, was screaming danger. That night, fire bigger, brighter than the last. Tents in a tight circle. I volunteered for first watch. 2 hours in, I thought I heard it again. Deep in the woods, our names, whispered soft. I nudged Chris, half asleep beside me in the tent. Mumbled something, drifted back off. I couldn't shake it. The feeling of being watched, of being called. Midnight. Must have dozed off. Woke up, fire burned low, long shadows stretching across the campsite. Sam's tent, open, sleeping bag empty. Heart slammed against my ribs. I scrambled out, shaking Jake, Chris. Sarah was out of her tent in a heartbeat, face furious. No one had seen Sam go. We searched the clearing, calling his name, nothing. Just his radio lying in the dirt, crackling static. Then, through the static, heavy breathing. Scraping sound, soft, wet. We yelled into the radio, nothing back. Hours. We combed the woods, flashlights cutting weak beams through the trees. No footprints. No sign of Sam. The forest had closed in, suffocating. Just before dawn, Chris stumbled, pointed. Sam's jacket snagged on a branch. Blood spattered dark on the fabric. We pushed on, frantic now. Found him in a small clearing, slumped against a tree. alive, barely, delirious, lips blue, body shaking, shivering like he was in ice water. But it wasn't freezing, not even close, made no goddamn sense. We hauled him back to camp, trying to get him warm, get him conscious. Sarah checked his hands, his feet. And then I saw it. They were gnawed, like an animal, or chewed. By his own teeth. I can't scrub that image from my head. Mangled fingers. Jake helped bandage him, but Sam was gone, lost in his own head. Muttering about voices in the trees. Eyes staring past us, unfocused, glassy. Daylight broke, weak and grey. Sam got worse. Started thrashing, trying to bite Sarah when she tried to give him water. We pinned him down. Then his voice changed. Guttural, thick, not just Sam anymore. Something else layered underneath, a whispery echo. Horrifying. Then he started mimicking us. Perfect pitch. My voice, calling for Chris. Then Chris's voice, calling for help. Never heard anything like it. Fear, cold and sharp, sliced through me. Afraid he'd hurt himself, hurt someone else, Jake roped Sam's wrist to a thick branch. Sam tried to talk normal then, pleading with us to let him go. But every few words, his voice would twist, slide into that terrifying mimicry. Sick, I felt sick. My cousin. Promised my aunt I'd take care of him. Now tied to a tree, raving, bleeding, we argued. Sarah wanted to get him out, now. Carry him, drag him, anything to get to a road, a ranger station. Jake said he wasn't stable. Moving him could kill him. Chris was useless, just staring, white-faced. Jake finally said he and I would scout. Find a way back to the car. Sarah would stay with Sam. Chris volunteered to stay too, thank God. Reluctantly, we agreed. Jake and I would scout half a day. Find a path. Come back, and we'd all get the hell out. We left mid-morning. Flashlights even in daylight. Forest canopy was so thick. It was like twilight under the trees. We walked for hours, but Jake's old map was useless. Trails that should have been there, gone. Thick brush, rock ravines, nothing matched. Late afternoon, exhausted and lost, we turned back, circled towards where camp should be. Then the smell hit us. Rotten, rank like death and decay rolled into one. My stomach twisted. Hairs on my neck stood up. We broke through the trees, back into the clearing. Sarah, alone by the dying fire. Sam gone. Chris gone. Sarah's face, wrecked, tears streaking through the dirt. Sam, she choked out. Sam went crazy. Snapped the rope. Lunged at Chris. Bit him shoulder, she said. Then just bolted. Into the trees. Unbelievable speed. Chris chased after him, yelling he'd catch him, stop him hurting himself. Sarah waited. Half an hour, she said. Distant screams. Then silence. Cut off like a switch flipped. Too afraid to go after them alone. We didn't even go 5 minutes from camp. Found it proof. Horrific. Trail of blood, dark and thick on the leaves. Leading to Jake stopped dead. Pointed. Hanging from a low branch. Ethan's severed arm. Except not Ethan's. Still wearing Sam's jacket sleeve. My mind went blank. Sam lost an arm, but still moving. Then Jake corrected me, voice flat, dead. Pointed at the wrist. Watch, cracked face, old style, his watch, Jake's watch. This is mine, he whispered. Snatched it off the branch like it was burning him. Branches snapped behind us. Whipped around, flashlights stabbing into the half-light. There. Towering. Slender limbs, skin stretched tight over bones. Hollow eyes. Teeth jutting out like broken glass. Wendigo. That's the only word that screamed in my head. Creature from nightmares, from folklore. It moved jerky, wrong, like it was learning to walk. Sniffed the air. Sunken eyes locked on us. Don't know who screamed first. Creature lunged. Covered ground impossible fast. Scattered. Sarah fired the flare gun, red streak across the trees. Wendigo swerved, vanished into the shadows with a guttural snarl. Jake and I hauled Sarah up. Had to get back to camp. Maybe regroup. Stupid hope. Camp was wrecked. Tents slashed, supplies scattered. Fire dying embers. Bloody flashlight near the cold ashes. No sign of Chris, no sign of Sam. Sarah said run, leave everything, just run. But Jake wouldn't let Chris go. Argument exploded. Voices raw, tension screaming. Then, a figure stumbled out of the trees. Shadowy edge of the clearing. Chris, dragging his leg, left leg soaked crimson. Collapsed, looked up at Jake. Eyes huge, black with terror. It's coming, he gasped. Jake rushed to him. And I'll never forget Chris's face. Beyond fear. Like he'd seen horrors that had broken his mind. Whispered Sam was still out there. Wendigo forced Sam to watch ripped words choked, turn to sobs. Chris's leg, twisted, broken in a dozen places. We helped him sit against a tree. Seconds, creature back. Leaped into the clearing, silent ferocity. Tore into Chris before we could even move. Sound of his spine snapping under those claws still wakes me up screaming. Then it turned on us. Jake grabbed a burning log, hurled it. Somehow luck, fear, whatever, it recoiled. Gave us a split second, we ran. Sprinted blind, deeper into the woods. Panicked. Didn't even think. Stumbled out of the trees, finally. Into a group of men. Tactical gear, sweeping the woods. Spotlights cutting through the dark. Surrounded us, ordered us down. Too broken to fight. No markings on their uniforms. One man, Sergeant No Grayson, flashed an FBI badge. Separated us, questions, barrage of them. How many of us? What we'd seen? Who was missing? I tried to explain. Creature Wendigo. Grayson's face blank, calm. Demanded they help find Sam. Monster. Do something. He just nodded. Kept saying we'd be taken to a safe location. Medical examination. Unmarked van. Rough trail out of the forest. One we hadn't seen before. Facility. Concrete walls, no signs, separate rooms. Fluorescent lights buzzing. Headache drilling into my skull. Agent came in. Same questions. Over and over. What exactly did you see? Who's still out there? How many in your group? I told them everything. Sam's possession, the creature, gaunt monster, impossible speed, severed arm. Agent took notes, face like stone. Then left. Alone. No idea where Sarah, Jake were. Too tired to fight it anymore. Dozed off, woke up to lights in my face. Grayson back. Calm, practiced voice. No creature, he said. Delusions. Toxic plants in the forest. Injuries, deaths, animal attack. Unfortunate consequence of being ill, prepared in a treacherous environment. Lines rehearsed word for word, slid papers across the table. Non-disclosure agreements. Sign. For my own good, he said. Same routine with Sarah, hours later, days maybe, time blurred. Released us. Speak to no one. Injuries patched up, barely. Escorted off the property. No ride back to my car. Never saw Sam, Chris again. Jake vanished too. Dead out there. FBI got him. No answers. Just silence. Sarah and I found our way back to civilization. Local resident. Saw us stumbling out of the woods. Ragged. Broken. Gave us a ride to the hospital. Doctor questions. Bruises, lacerations, near frostbite on my fingers. Scripted answer. FBI version. Lost. Panicked. Wild animal. Official story in the local papers. Tragic hiking accident in dark entry forest. 2 survivors, unnamed. Some died of exposure, others missing. No Wendigo. No weird footprints. No possessions. Swept under the rug. Bureaucratic bullshit. Threat of legal action if we talked. Long time. Tried to tell myself FBI was right. Bear coyote, fear twisting my head. But the nightmares every night. Chris's broken body. Sam's voice echoing in the dark, mocking my name. Sometimes, feel that gaunt shape behind me, breathing on my neck. Jolt awake, soaked in sweat, knowing it's real. Weeks after. Envelope. No return address, photo inside. Night vision. Clearing where we found Sam. Grainy dark. Silhouette. Impossible tall creature. Eyes shining in the corner. Scrawled on the back. I know what you saw. Don't know who sent it. Rogue agent. Sympathetic whistleblower. Confirmed it. Wendigo real. Government, some part of it, covering it up. Sarah left Connecticut. Moved states. Couldn't stay in a place soaked in that horror. Me, still here. But not the same. Woods. Avoid them like plague. Relationships. Forget it. Stare at the news. Waiting for another accident in Cornwall. Worry about Sam. Slim chance he's alive. Not in any way I want to imagine. Sometimes, think about going back for him. But know I'd never come back a second time. Never told anyone the real story. Until now. Maybe reckless. Risking whatever the FBI would do. But truth claws its way out. Like that thing in Dark Entry Forest. If you read this, feel that pull to investigate, don't. Risking more than your life. Risking your soul. That place, it doesn't just take your body. Twists your mind. Feeds on your fear. Leaves you hollow. My name is Alex Ryder. 25 years old. Hope this keeps at least one person the hell away from Dudleytown. Some places are better left buried. Some doors meant to stay closed. If you find yourself in those woods, hear your voice calling from the dark, run. Don't look back. Because once you see those hollow eyes, you'll never sleep peaceful again. And you'll learn, like I did, the worst monsters aren't in folklore. They're right here, in our forests, hidden by branches, protected by the lies we tell ourselves. Branches snapped behind us. We spun around, flashlights cutting weak beams through the gloom. There, standing just inside the tree line, gaunt, towering, like something stitched together from nightmares. Slender limbs too long, skin stretched paper, thin over jutting bones. Hollow sockets where eyes should be, but a glint of something reflecting back the flashlight beam. Teeth, jagged and yellowed, jutting out from its mouth like broken shards of glass. Wendigo, the word hammered in my skull, primal fear. Creature from folklore, from the darkest corners of the old stories. It moved wrong, jerky, like a puppet with tangled strings. Sniffed the air, head tilting. And those glinting eyes locked right onto us. I don't know who screamed first, maybe all of us at once. The creature lunged, covered impossible ground in a heartbeat. We scattered like thrown stones. Sarah, thank God, Sarah reacted fast. Fired the flare gun. Red fire arsed across the trees, a desperate streak of light against the encroaching darkness. The Wendigo, if that's what it was, darted sideways, impossibly quick, vanishing back into the trees with a guttural snarl that scraped the air raw. Jake and I scrambled to haul Sarah to her feet. Panic clawed at my throat. We had to get back to camp. Stupid idea, maybe, but some instinct, some desperate hope for regrouping. Safety in numbers. Anything but running blind through the woods. But the instant we broke into the clearing, hope died. Camp was gone. Trashed. Tents ripped to shreds, supplies scattered everywhere, like a bomb had gone off. Near the cold ashes of the campfire, a flashlight lay in the dirt, smeared with blood. No sign of Chris. No sign of Sam. Run, Sarah hissed, voice tight with terror. Leave everything. Just run. But Jake was staring at the wrecked camp, face set, jaw clenched. I have to find Chris. Argument exploded. Voices raw, ragged, tension stretched to breaking. Then, a figure stumbled out of the shadows at the edge of the clearing. Chris. Dragging his left leg, soaked crimson, leaving a dark trail on the ground. He collapsed, looking up at Jake, eyes huge and black with terror. It's coming, he choked out, voice barely a whisper. Jake rushed to him, dropped to his knees beside him. And I'll never forget Chris's face. It was beyond fear. Like he'd seen something that had shattered his mind, broken something fundamental inside him. He whispered about Sam, still out there, lost in the woods. And the Wendigo. He choked on the word, then forced it out broken. The forced Sam to watch rip it. Words failed him, choked off by sobs that shook his whole body. Chris's leg. I saw it then. Twisted at a sickening angle, bone jutting out, blood blooming dark on his jeans. Broken. Shattered. We helped Chris sit up against a tree. Propped him there, uselessly trying to stop the bleeding. Seconds. That's all we had. Then the creature was back. Leaped into the clearing. Silent as death, impossibly fast. Tore into Chris before we could even react. The wet, sickening crunch of bone. The tearing sound of flesh, the sound of his spine snapping under those claws. It's burned into my brain. A soundtrack to every nightmare I have now. Then it turned towards us. Jake reacted. Instinct, adrenaline, something primal kicked in. He grabbed a burning log from the dying fire, roared, and hurled it. Somehow, by pure luck, or maybe the creature's own alien nature, the burning wood caught it. The Wendigo recoiled, a hiss of pain, a flicker of surprise in those hollow eyes. Gave us a split second. Enough. We ran. Sprinted blindly, deeper into the forest, away from the screams, away from the firelight, into the suffocating dark. Panic swallowed thought, swallowed everything. Just run. We stumbled for what felt like hours, tripping over roots. Branches whipping at our faces, lungs burning. Then, we broke through the trees. Not into the clearing, but into light. Harsh, white spotlights blinding us. A group of men, figures emerging from the darkness, tactical gear, weapons raised. Sweeping the woods. They surrounded us, voices sharp, barking orders, forcing us to the ground. Too exhausted to fight, too numb to care. No markings on their uniforms, just cold authority. One man stepped forward, Sergeant No Grayson, he called himself. Flashed an FBI badge. Quick, professional. They separated us, hauled us to our feet, started the questions. Barrage of them, overlapping, relentless. How many of you? What did you see? Who's still out there? Missing. I tried to explain. Tried to get the words out, stumbling over myself. Desperate to make them understand. Creature, Wendigo, monster. Grayson's face, blank, unreadable. I pleaded with him. Help us find Sam. Do something about that thing. He just nodded, slow, measured, kept repeating the same thing. Safe location. Medical examination. Unmarked van. Rough trail out of the forest, one we hadn't even seen on Jake's useless map. Facility. Concrete walls, windowless, no signs. No name. Inside, sterile, cold. Separate rooms. Fluorescent lights humming, a constant, maddening buzz that drilled into my skull. Another agent came in, young, tired looking, started the questions again. Same ones, over and over. What exactly did you see? Who's still out there? How many in your group? I told him everything, again. Sam's voice changing, the possession, the creature. Gaunt and towering, impossible speed, Jake's severed arm hanging from the tree. The agent scribbled notes, face like stone, never meeting my eyes. Then he left, and I was alone, trapped in that sterile room, fluorescent light buzzing, headache pounding. No idea where Sarah, Jake were, no idea what the hell was going on. Too exhausted to fight it anymore. I just dozed. Fell into a heavy, dreamless sleep. Woke up to harsh light in my face. Sergeant Grayson standing over me, face still blank, still calm. Practiced voice smooth. "No creature," he said. "No monster. Delusions, mass hysteria. Toxic plants in the forest," he said. "Exposure. That's what we'd experienced. The injuries, the deaths, animal attack. Unfortunate, tragic. Consequence of being ill, prepared in a treacherous environment." He spoke like he was reading from a script, each word carefully chosen, carefully rehearsed. Then he slid a stack of papers across the metal table. "Non-disclosure agreements. Sign here, here, and here. For my own good," he said, voice flat, no emotion. Hours blurred into each other. Same routine with Sarah, I guessed. Jake too. Interrogation. Denial, the pressure to sign, to shut up, to forget. Finally, they released us. Under condition of silence. Speak to no one. Ever. Injuries patched up, superficially. Escorted off the property. Dumped on some nameless road, miles from anywhere. No ride back to my car. Just gone. Never saw Sam, Chris again. Jake vanished too, swallowed by the silence, by the woods, by whatever the hell the FBI was. No answers. Just a gaping hole where my friends used to be. Sarah and I, we were ghosts walking. Found our way back to some semblance of civilization. Local resident, bless her heart, saw us stumbling out of the woods, rag, broken. Gave us a ride to the nearest hospital. More questions. Doctors, nurses, faces full of concern, then suspicion. Bruises, lacerations. The near frostbite on my fingers. We gave them the scripted answer, the FBI version. Los panicked. Wild animal. The official story hit the local papers a few days later. Tragic hiking accident in dark entry forest. 2 survivors, unnamed, recovering. Some died of exposure, others never found. No mention of Wendigo. No bizarre footprints. No possessions. All swept under the rug. Buried under bureaucratic jargon, veiled threats of legal repercussions if we dared to speak the truth. For a long time, I tried to believe them. Tried to convince myself Grayson was right. Bear, coyote, fear playing tricks on my mind. But the nightmares, they come every night. Chris's broken body, Sam's voice echoing in the dark, mocking my name. Sometimes, I swear I can feel that gaunt shape just behind me, breathing cold on my neck. And every time, I jolt awake, heart hammering, soaked in sweat, knowing deep down, it was real. Too real. Weeks crawled by, felt like years. Then the envelope arrived. No return address. Just my name typed on the front. Inside, a single photograph. Night vision shot, grainy, washed in that sickly green light. The clearing where we'd found Sam, or what was left of him. Dark trees circled it like witnesses. And in the center of the frame, unmistakable even in the low-resolution blur, the silhouette. That impossibly tall creature, Wendigo, standing there, motionless, head tilted. Those eyes burning like embers in the corner of the frame. Scrawled on the back of the photo, 3 words, stark and chilling. "I know what you saw." Didn't know who sent it. Rogue agent maybe. Someone inside the FBI with a conscience. Or maybe just a twisted sense of humor. Didn't matter. It confirmed everything. Everything I already knew, deep down, in the cold pit of my gut. The Wendigo was real, and the government, or some shadow arm of it, was working overtime to bury the truth. Sarah left Connecticut for good, packed up everything, vanished. Last I heard, she was in New Mexico, somewhere out west, trying to outrun the ghosts. Smart girl. Couldn't blame her. Couldn't stay in a place soaked in that much horror, that much silence. Me. I'm still here. Stuck. Haunted. But I'm not the same Alex Ryder who drove into Dark Entry Forest that weekend. That guy, he's gone. Something else walked out of those woods, wearing his skin, but hollowed out inside. Woods. I avoid them like a plague. Can't even look at trees without feeling a cold dread crawl up my spine. Relationships. Laughable. How do you explain this to someone? How do you build a life when every night the nightmares come? When every shadow seems to hold a lurking shape? I stare at the news, obsessively. Scan local reports from Cornwall, waiting for the next tragic accident. The next unexplained disappearance in Dark Entry Forest. Waiting for the lie to crack, for the truth to bleed through. And I worry about Sam. Stupid, maybe, after everything. But a sliver of hope, twisted and dark as it is, still flickers. Slim chance he's still alive, out there in the woods. But not Sam anymore. Not in any form I'd want to imagine. Sometimes, in the dead of night, when the silence presses in, I think about going back for him. Stupid, suicidal thought. Because I know, with a bone deep certainty, I'd never make it out a second time. Not against that thing. Not against that place. Never told anyone the full story. Not until now. Writing it all down, here, in the dead quiet of my apartment, feels reckless. Like scratching at a wound that will never heal. Risking whatever the FBI, or whatever they are, might do if they found out I was breaking silence. But the truth, it's a living thing. It claws its way out, one way or another. Like those skeletal branches reaching out of the darkness in Dark Entry Forest. Like that creature, lurking just beyond the firelight, waiting for you to stumble. If you're reading this, if something in this story, some morbid curiosity, some dark pull, makes you want to investigate, don't. For God's sake, don't. You're risking more than your life. You're risking your soul. Because that placey Dudleytown, Dark Entry Forest, it doesn't just take your body. It twists your mind, feeds on your fear, leaves you hollow. An empty echo of who you used to be. My name is Alex Ryder, 25 years old, and this is my warning. Hope it reaches someone. Hope it keeps at least one person the hell away from Dudleytown. Some places are better left buried under rumor and legend. Some doors are meant to stay closed. Some darkness it's better not to look into. If you ever find yourself in those woods, and you hear your own voice calling out from the dark, don't follow it. Run. Run like hell. Because once you look into those hollow eyes, you'll never sleep peacefully again. And you'll learn, like I did, the worst monsters aren't the ones in folklore. They're the ones right here, in our forests, hidden by the branches, protected by the lies we tell ourselves. My name is Ethan Blackwood, and at 32, a veteran, I sought solace in the wilderness of Blackwood Mountain State Park, nestled in Salisbury, Connecticut. A week-long survival challenge was the plan, a brutal reset button for a mind cluttered with years of nightmares and the ever-present shadow of PTSD. I needed to prove to myself I wasn't broken, that I could still hack it off grid. It was just me and Shadow, my German shepherd, roughing it in the woods. I'd meticulously planned everything, or so I thought. Monday morning dawned crisp and clear as I arrived, the sun painting the thick pine canopy gold. I parked my beat-up truck at the park's edge, unloaded my gear, and ran a double check on my compass, GPS, and two-way radio. All systems nominal. Shadow, tail whipping, nose twitching, was already lost in the wild symphony of forest scents. As I slammed the truck door shut, a prickle of unease ran down my spine. It was a fleeting sensation, like the woods themselves were watching. Nonsense, I told myself. I'd slept soundly in war zones. A Connecticut forest should be child's play. By midday, I reached a clearing near a sluggish creek and pitched my small tent. A tarp strung above offered extra insurance against the elements. The plan was to push deeper into the park the next day. A few hours in, the radio signal started to sputter, cutting in and out. Remote areas, par for the course. But then my GPS went haywire, the screen flickering, and the compass needle spun wildly, like it was caught in a magnetic storm. Ex-military instincts are hardwired, but even they were useless against a dead radio and a broken compass. Shadow, sensing my rising tension, began to growl at thin air, hackles raised, fixated on a spot behind the tent. I checked nothing. Just trees and shadows playing tricks. That night, sleep was a battle. I jolted awake to the sound of someone crunching through leaves nearby. Shadow was instantly on his feet, a low rumble vibrating in his chest. Sidearm drawn, flashlight beam slicing through the undergrowth. I slipped out of the tent. Footsteps vanished the moment I emerged. The only trace of anyone was a faint, sickeningly sweet odor, rancid, like decaying meat. I couldn't pinpoint the source. I lay awake until dawn painted the sky pale gray, the silence punctuated by whispers that seemed to drift in from beyond the tree line. Early the next morning, I hiked towards a ridge, hoping for higher ground, a sliver of cell signal, anything. That's when I met him. Caleb Thorne stepped onto the trail, like he'd materialized from the shadows. Ragged boots, dirty jeans. An old jacket zipped tight to his chin. A hunting rifle slung over his shoulder, and eyes that darted around like a cornered animal. I eased my hand away from my pistol grip. "Lost?" I asked, keeping my voice neutral. He gave a short, humorless laugh. "Nobody's lost in these woods without a reason." He extended a calloused hand. "Name's Caleb. Been living out here a while." Something about his manner set off alarm bells. He kept glancing over my shoulder, jumpy, like he expected something to burst from the trees. I introduced myself, told him the half-truth, ex-military, self-imposed survival challenge. Caleb just nodded, his gaze fixed on the woods beyond. "Bad idea," he said bluntly. "Folks vanish here, you know. One day, fresh footprints. Next day, like they never existed." Despite his ominous tone, a strange sense of relief washed over me. I wasn't alone anymore. Hours later, we were back at my camp, sharing water from our canteens. Shadow didn't like Caleb. He remained low, a constant growl rumbling whenever Caleb got too close. Caleb claimed to be an ex-investigative journalist. He'd come to Blackwood Mountain chasing local legends of a devil in the woods. Then, he'd stayed, living off-grid. "Couldn't walk away after what I found," he muttered, eyes distant. When I pressed him, he abruptly changed the subject, his gaze snapping back to the tree line. That evening, we decided to push deeper, hoping for higher ground, Maybe an old fire lookout. Caleb insisted he knew a route. As we threaded through winding trails, the scenery seemed to warp and shift at the edges of my vision. Landmarks I swore we'd passed an hour ago reappeared, closer this time. The wind carried indistinct whispers, like hushed conversations just out of earshot. Dusk was bleeding into night when we stumbled upon a faint glow through the trees. A tiny flicker, like a dying fire. Caleb froze, his breath catching in his throat. "That's not good," he hissed. "Shouldn't be anyone else out here." We pushed through the thick underbrush and into a small clearing. An old man sat hunched on a fallen log beside embers that pulsed with a sullen orange light. He looked up at us in the dimness. His eyes were wrong, too dark, bottomless pits, no pupils at all. The hair on the back of my neck prickled, and Shadow whimpered, cowering behind me. I swallowed hard. "You are right, sir." The old man lifted his head, his voice a raspy whisper that seemed to scrape against the silence. "It woke up," he croaked. "You should leave before it takes one of you." Caleb tugged at my sleeve, his eyes wide with silent warning, urging me to back away. But I couldn't just walk off. I stepped closer, wanting to see if he was in distress. "We can help," I offered. "Need food? Water?" "No," the man choked out. "No more help, just leave." His face contorted in pain, a grimace that twisted his features. He doubled over as if seized by a violent cough. Then his spine arched, ribs crackled like dry twigs in the firelight, and he let out a gurgling, inhuman howl. I staggered back, heart hammering against my ribs. In the flickering firelight, I saw his skin stretch, as if something inside him was tearing its way out. His mouth opened at a grotesque angle, and then the old man's entire body seemed to collapse inwards, like a shell, and something with too many limbs crawled out of him. The dying firelight danced off pale flesh and glistening, two bright eyes. Shadow erupted, barking like a mad dog. Caleb screamed, firing a wild shot that missed. The creature scuttled into the darkness, dragging what was left of the old man's husk with it. When we dared to approach the log again, the campfire sputtered and died, leaving only the sizzling remains of wet embers. The stench of decay hit me like a physical blow. Caleb vomited on the spot. I was shaking, but still functional, running on pure adrenaline. We had to decide, press forward or turn back. "Bridge is out," Caleb muttered, his voice trembling. "Storm took it down last night. We're trapped unless we go around the mountain. Takes days." I wanted to doubt him, to dismiss it as fear-fueled delirium. But the raw terror in his eyes was undeniable. Shadow whined, pressing close against my leg. We abandoned the clearing, pushing onward into the deeper woods, desperate for a route out, a vantage point, anything to call for help. Every so often, the cloying smell of rotting flesh would drift on the breeze. Once, I thought I heard something like the old man's voice, whispering my name, Ethan, in a long, drawn-out hiss. I tried to tell myself I'd faced worse in combat zones, but nothing had prepared me for this. After what felt like an eternity, we stumbled into a small clearing. A ruined cabin stood there. Its roof partially caved in, but it offered some semblance of shelter. We agreed to hole up there for the night. I barricaded the door with a fallen table, setting up a perimeter of noise traps, empty tin cans strung on twine. Caleb paced, muttering about dark spirits and a demon in the hills. Shadow lay at my feet, trembling. Sometime after midnight, a beam of light sliced through the broken window, illuminating the cabin's interior. I tensed, drawing my pistol. Someone was out there. Then the door rattled. The tin cans clanged. I yanked the barricade aside, pistol raised. A figure stepped into the cabin, hands raised. Flashlight pointed downwards. "Don't shoot," she shouted. She was a slender woman in a park ranger uniform, badge glinting in the dim light. "Ranger Mallory Hayes," she said, her voice steady, but off. "You, all right?" Her eyes, they were strangely empty. The name sparked a flicker of recognition. There'd been a missing person poster at the park entrance. A ranger who vanished 2 years ago. I lowered my weapon slowly. You're the ranger who disappeared." She blinked, almost in slow motion. "Got lost," she said, her voice flat, monotone. "Ended up deeper in the woods. A beat. You should come with me. There's safety in a station nearby." Caleb pulled me aside, his eyes wide with panic. "This is insane," he whispered, shaking his head. "She vanished 2 years ago. People said she was dead." Ranger Hayes heard him. She stared at Caleb, her lips curving into a slight, unsettling smile. "I can show you the way," she repeated, her voice like smooth ice. We had no better plan. She stepped back out into the darkness, and we followed, warily, into the deepening night. We followed Ranger Hayes deeper into the woods. Each step crunched on fallen pine needles, the sound amplified in the oppressive silence. The forest grew denser, the pines crowding in like silent spectators. A cold, fall-smelling mist began to snake between the tree trunks, clinging to the damp earth. It smelled like stagnant water and something elsey, something vaguely metallic, like old blood. After what felt like miles, Ranger Hayes stopped abruptly, her flashlight beam snapping to a spot on the ground. "Look," she said, her voice devoid of inflection. We crowded around. Half buried in the leaf litter was a ring of rusted metal, a bear trap. Old, vicious, its jaws sprung open and empty. A few feet away, tangled in the undergrowth, we found a battered backpack. Children's clothes spilled out, tiny jeans, a faded cartoon t-shirt, a single, muddy sneaker. 2 faded missing person flyers for local kids were tucked into a side pocket, their faces blurred and haunting. My gut tightened into a knot of ice. Shadow whined, sniffing at the air around the backpack, then retreated, tail tucked, whimpering low in his throat. Caleb cursed under his breath, his face pale in the flashlight beam. "Told you," he rasped, his voice barely a whisper. "People vanish. They never leave these woods." He stared at Ranger Hayes, suspicion hardening his features. She just stared back, her face a blank mask in the flickering light. Then, with that unsettling slow motion, she turned and marched deeper into the trees. "We have no choice," she said, her monotone voice echoing in the mist. She was right. We were trapped. We followed. Eventually, we came upon a cluster of warped, rotting cabins huddled together in a small clearing. The windows gaped like empty eye sockets, staring out into the deepening gloom. Ranger Hayes approached the nearest cabin, the wood groaning under her boots. She pushed open the door, the hinges screaming in protest, and beckoned us inside. Something about the place made my chest constrict. A powerful sense of dread, thick and suffocating, rolled off the rotting wood and the shadowed doorways. Shadow refused to cross the threshold. He planted his paws, braced his legs, and bared his teeth, a low, guttural snarl ripping from his throat. Before I could react, Before I could even process Shadow's violent refusal, someone yanked me backwards. My head whipped around, and the world dissolved into a fuzzy haze. I heard Shadow barking frantically, a desperate, high-pitched sound. Then a sudden yelp of pain cut through the night. Darkness swallowed me whole. I came to in a dimly lit room. The air was thick with the cloying stench of decay, and something else, something sharp and metallic, that made my nostrils burn. My arms and legs were tied tight to a rough, hewn wooden chair. My head throbbed, a dull, insistent ache behind my eyes. My mouth was dry, and I tasted blood where I'd bitten my lip. Across the room, Caleb was slumped in a corner, gagged and bound. Horror twisted my gut when I saw his hands. Or rather, what was missing from his hands. Bloody bandages were wrapped clumsily around the ragged stumps of his wrists. He fixed me with a wild, agonized stare, a muffled moan escaping from behind the gag. Ranger Hayes stood near a flickering lantern, its weak light casting long, dancing shadows across the cabin walls. Her eyes were still empty, devoid of any human spark. "He tried to fight," she said, her voice that same flat monotone, as if reciting lines from a script she barely understood. "He lost." Then she glanced towards the darkness at the far end of the cabin. Something moved in the shadows. The floorboards creaked under a heavy weight. A figure emerged from the gloom. Gaunt, skeletal, his ribs a stark cage beneath paper. Thin, pale skin. It was the old man from the fire, but not quite. His eyes, they were entirely black. No pupils, no whites. Just two pools of absolute, light, devouring blackness. He smiled, a grotesque, unsettling rictus that stretched his cracked lips, revealing teeth that looked too long, too sharp. The stench of decay rolling off him was overwhelming, a physical weight in the air. He whispered, his voice a dry, rustling rasp that seemed to crawl into my ears. "I told you to leave, Ethan." His gaze locked on me, those black eyes burning into my soul. "No, it wants you." Shadow was gone, nowhere to be seen. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat of terror. I strained against my bindings, testing the ropes. "Where's my dog?" I demanded, my voice hoarse. The old man's voice crackled with amusement, a dry, humorless sound. "Don't worry, he'll come." Ranger Hayes moved then, stepping forward. She produced a large, rusted axe from somewhere behind her back. The metal was pitted and stained, dark with what I prayed was just rust. She placed the axe in Caleb's trembling, bandaged arms. Blood seeped through the white cloth, blooming crimson as he instinctively recoiled from the cold metal. The old man, the hollow man, I realized with a jolt of icy dread, moved behind Caleb, his gaunt hands gripping Caleb's shoulders, guiding him, manipulating him like a twisted puppet. Caleb's eyes, wide and pleading, locked onto mine. I knew, with a sickening certainty, from the unnatural stiffness of his movements, that he wasn't fully in control. "Kill him," the hollow man hissed, his breath hot and fetid against Caleb's ear. "Give it your soul or forfeit your own." Caleb mumbled a choked protest behind his gag, a garbled sound of pure terror. But his body jerked forward, his feet stumbling, forcing him towards me. He raised the axe above his head, his arms trembling violently under the hollow man's unseen grip. I braced myself against the chair, my muscles screaming with tension. "Don't do this, Caleb," I shouted, my voice cracking. "Fight it, fight him," he tried. I saw the veins bulge in his neck, sweat pouring down his face, his body rigid with resistance. but the hollow man's grip was absolute. The axe arsed downwards, a silent, deadly sweep of steel. It bit into my left thigh. Pain exploded, a white-hot, electrifying fire that ripped through my leg. Blood spattered the floor, blooming crimson against the dusty wood. I screamed, a raw, animal sound torn from my throat. Caleb wept, tears streaming down his face as he raised the axe again, his body convulsing with sobs. But in that moment, salvation shattered the cabin window. Glass exploded inwards, showering the room in glittering shards. Shadow, a snarling, black-furred missile, lunged through the broken window, jaws snapping, locking onto the hollow man's shoulder. The old man shrieked, a sound that wasn't human. An otherworldly, ear-splitting shriek that made my teeth ache. Caleb dropped the axe, collapsing to the floor in a heap. Shadow tore into the hollow man, ripping out chunks of decaying flesh. The stench intensified, growing thick and suffocating. Black, viscous ichor poured from the old man's wounds, staining Shadow's fur. But even as he bled, the hollow man twisted with inhuman strength, slamming Shadow aside with a sickening thud. My dog yelped, a sharp cry of pain, but then, fearless, savage, he scrambled back to his feet and latched onto the hollow man's arm, teeth sinking deep. The hollow man's black eyes locked onto mine, burning with malevolent triumph. He spat, a guttural rasp. "You'll never leave these woods alive." I kicked at the chair, struggling against my bindings. The rope around my wrist loosened, just enough. Blood from the axe wound slicked my arm, making it easier to slip free. I grabbed the fallen axe blade from the floor, the cold steel shocking against my skin. Pain shot up my leg, a searing wave of agony, but adrenaline surged, pushing me forward. Renga Hayes lunged at me, her movements jerky and unnatural. I swung the axe blindly, the heavy head whistling through the air. She shrieked, a high-pitched, inhuman sound, stumbling back, clutching at her arm. I didn't wait to see if I'd struck flesh. I hacked at the ropes binding my ankles, severing the thick fibers. Hoisting myself to my feet, I staggered towards the gaping doorway, towards the promise of escape. Caleb lay on the floor, moaning, a low, rattling sound. I glanced at him. His eyes fluttered, half-conscious. Part of me screamed to help him, to drag him with me. But he was bleeding from multiple wounds, and dark foam bubbled at the corners of his mouth. The hollow man howled, a sound of pure rage, and hurled Shadow across the room. My dog slammed into the cabin wall with a sickening crack, landing in a whimpering heap, a split-second decision. If I tried to save Caleb, neither of us would survive. I limped towards Shadow, scooped him up in my arms, his warm body limp and heavy against mine, and stumbled over the threshold, out into the night. The forest outside was impossibly dark, as though every star, every moonbeam, had been swallowed by the ancient pines. My leg burned with each agonizing step, leaving a crimson trail in my wake. I could hear the hollow man's shrieks behind me, a guttural wail that seemed to tear through the trees, chasing me through the darkness. Shadow whimpered softly in my arms, his fur matted with blood and something else. Something that smelled like death and old earth. With Shadow at my side, I forced myself forward, stumbling blindly through the night. Branches lashed at my face, the ground slick with wet leaves and unseen roots. I tripped, fell, got back up, over and over, driven by a primal need to escape. No sense of direction, no idea where I was going. Just the pounding of my heart in my ears, the searing pain in my leg, and the echoing, monstrous cries behind me. Then, sometime in the pre-dawn gloom, a pale, sickly light began to bleed through the trees. Dawn. I was delirious, exhaustion and pain blurring the edges of reality. My leg throbbed with every heartbeat, leaving a thick trail of blood that marked my desperate flight. Shadow whined, limping beside me. His breath ragged. We were both losing strength, fading fast. I don't recall how long I wandered, stumbling through the endless trees. But eventually, through the haze of pain and delirium, I saw bright vests in the distance. A search party. Salvation. I collapsed into their arms, half crazed with pain and terror, ranting about demon possession, missing rangers, and a man with black eyes. They tried to calm me, their voices soothing, distant, told me to conserve my energy. Then mercifully darkness claimed me again. When I woke, I was in a sterile, brightly lit hospital room. The antiseptic smell was a stark contrast to the cloying stench of the woods. My leg was bandaged, stitched up tight, throbbing with a dull ache. Shadow lay sedated on a dog bed at the foot of my bed, his breathing shallow and even. The moment he saw my eyes open, a soft whine escaped him, and he thumped his tail weakly against the blanket. A police officer stood guard by the door, his expression grim. "We found you wandering near a ravine," he said, his voice flat. "Severely dehydrated. Lucky to be alive." He paused, his gaze hardening. "We recovered the body of a man nearby, missing his tongue, his hands." He held up a plastic evidence bag containing a photograph. Caleb's face stared back at me, frozen in a rictus of silent terror. "Any idea what happened?" Tears burned behind my eyes, blurring the already sterile room. I nodded, my throat tight with unshed grief and lingering horror. I told them everything. From the old man by the fire, to Ranger Hayes's impossible reappearance, to the creature in the cabin. I spoke until my voice was raw, the words tumbling out in a torrent of fear and disbelief. They listened, their faces impassive, skeptical, but they took notes, their pens scratching against their pads. A few hours later, 2 men in dark suits arrived. FBI agents, they said, refusing to give me their names. They asked the same questions, and I gave the same answers, each word feeling heavier than the last. They recorded everything, their faces expressionless, their eyes cold and assessing. Then, one of them spoke, his voice smooth and chillingly detached. "We're going to label this an animal attack. The details are muddled." I gaped at them, disbelief warring with a fresh surge of anger. "That's impossible," I choked out. "You know that's not what happened." The agent stared me down, his gaze unwavering. "People go missing in remote forests all the time, Mr. Blackwood. It's unfortunate, but these things happen." He leaned in, his voice dropping to a low, menacing whisper. "You'll accept that, Mr. Blackwood, or we'll have to revisit your involvement." He gave me a thin, chilling smile that didn't reach his eyes. "For your own sake, I suggest you move on." My military instincts, honed in years of combat, screamed at me to stand down. I shut my mouth, the taste of bile rising in my throat, anger and horror twisting in my gut. They confiscated my phone, my camera, every shred of evidence I had. I was discharged from the hospital a few days later, handed a final report that officially declared Caleb's death an animal attack. No mention of the Hollow Man, Ranger Hayes, or the children's clothes in the woods. Caleb's death, a footnote in a missing person statistic. Months crawled by, each day a slow, agonizing march through the wasteland of my memory. My nightmares, already a nightly torment, became a living hell, vivid and visceral. Replaying the cabin, the axe, the black eyes of the hollow man. I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself it was just post-traumatic stress, a hallucination born of fear and exhaustion. Maybe I had imagined the demon. But the final memory, the unshakable image of that old man's black eyes, wouldn't leave me. And Shadow was never the same. He refused to set a single paw back in the woods. If we even drove near a trailhead, he'd whimper, drag his paws, and try to bolt back to the truck. Despite the terror, despite the FBI's chilling warning, despite everything screaming at me to stay away, I had to see it again. I don't know if it was closure I was seeking, or some twisted form of masochism. But I drove back to Blackwood Mountain one afternoon, parking near the ravine where the search team had found me. Shadow grew agitated the moment I switched off the ignition. He barked a sharp, frantic sound and paced anxiously in the passenger seat. "All right, buddy," I said softly, my voice trembling slightly. "We won't go far." But he refused to budge from the passenger seat, his eyes fixed on the tree line. I left the door open for him, just in case he changed his mind. I took no more than a few steps into the trees. The wind rustled overhead, whispering through the pines. The smell of damp earth and decaying leaves filled my lungs, a scent that once would have been comforting, now twisted with dread. For a long moment, I stood there, paralyzed, the awful memories flooding back, suffocating me, and then, from somewhere deep within the forest, I heard it. A voice, my voice, calling my name in the exact tone I'd used on that first day, full of naive confidence, echoing in the hushed stillness of the pines. Ethan. Fear, cold and primal, unlike anything I'd ever known, flooded my veins, paralyzing me. I scrambled back to the truck, adrenaline spiking, heart hammering against my ribs. I slid behind the wheel, slammed the door shut, and locked it, my hands shaking so badly I could barely grip the steering wheel. Shadow pressed himself against me, trembling, a low whine rumbling in his chest. We drove away, tires spitting gravel, the forest looming behind us in the rearview mirror, thick and ancient. A silent, watchful presence, as though waiting for me to make another mistake. I wish I could say that was the end of it. But it isn't. I'm still haunted. Haunted by the memory of the hollow man, by the chilling possibility that Ranger Hayes is still out there, twisted and corrupted by whatever dark force possessed her. The FBI, or whoever they were, made it clear I shouldn't talk about it. But I've written it all down, every terrifying detail, because someone needs to know the truth. Blackwood Mountain isn't just another forest. There's something there. Something hungry, waiting for lost souls to wander in. Take it from a guy who survived war. If a place warns you to leave, you should listen. Because the nightmares I brought home aren't just in my head anymore. Sometimes, late at night, when the house is quiet and the shadows lengthen, I hear that voice again. The one that sounds like me, whispering my name from the darkness just beyond the porch light. And each time, Shadow whimpers, pressing himself against my leg, a constant, furry reminder that we did make it out of those woods. But we're not really free. We never will be. My name is Ethan Blackwood, and at 34, a lifetime removed from my days as a Marine, I found myself teetering on the edge of sanity. deep in the Appalachian Trail. 6 months I'd been living off-grid, swallowed by the Connecticut wilderness near Shark Mountain. This is how close I came to losing everything. My mind, my life, in those damn woods. I'd retreated to this green hell after a messy divorce from civilian life. 2 tours overseas. And I came home to a world that felt suffocating, too loud, too many faces, too much everything. Trust in the government. Gone. I wanted to depend on no one but myself, my own 2 hands. So, I'd pitched a small canvas tent, built a lean-to against the gnarly oaks, and started scraping out a life in the silence. I knew the basics: foraging, trapping rabbits, purifying stream water. At first, the quiet, the solitude, it was exactly what I craved. Then, one clammy afternoon in early spring, the isolation cracked. I found footprints near my camp. Not animal tracks, these were boot prints, light, hesitant. People didn't wander this far off the marked trails. Curiosity, maybe foolishness, made me follow them. The prints led me to a woman struggling with a backpack snagged in a thorny thicket. She jumped when I called out. "I'm Ethan," I said, hands raised open. "You lost." She let out a breath. Relief and something else mixed in. Sarah Clara Hayes. She corrected herself, sounding unsure of her own name for a second. Not exactly lost, looking for my brother. But Clara was maybe 27, with a tangle of wild brown hair and eyes that darted around like trapped birds. Her older brother, she explained, had vanished a month ago while hiking the Connecticut section of the Appalachian Trail. Vanished, just like that. The cops, she said, were full of empty words, leads that went nowhere. She wasn't buying it. She was chasing whispers, rumors of strange animal attacks, clinging to the hope it might lead her to him. Strange attacks? I asked, awareness settling in my bones. Clara nodded, her anxious eyes locking onto mine. Hikers finding animals dead, skinned clean, or half-eaten. Like something's marking territory, she whispered. I hadn't seen anything like that myself, but her words, the way she said them, it rattled me. Against my better judgment, I invited her back to my makeshift camp. We moved cautiously, scanning the shadows, but the clearing was silent, peaceful. I shared what little supplies I had left, and she crashed in a spare tarp shelter I'd rigged up for emergencies. Later that night, I watched her eat, hands trembling around the tin cup. Anxiety, or something colder, deeper fear. A week bled by. Clara and I fell into a strained, silent routine. Mornings, she'd vanish into the woods, searching deeper into the trails. Her voice a thread in the vastness as she called her brother's name. I'd stay in camp, gathering firewood, setting snares for rabbits, the mundane tasks of survival. Evenings, she'd stumble back, a little more hollowed out each time, hope leaching from her face. Then, one brittle morning, I found her digging through my supply cache. Busted. She was apologetic, a flush creeping up her neck, but admitted her own food was almost gone. She didn't know how to hunt, how to read this land, how to survive here. Supplies were getting tight for both of us. The idea of a stranger, a civilian, relying on me, it grated on my nerves. I'd come out here to escape burdens, not collect them. But something in her raw desperation stopped me from turning her away. Not kindness, exactly. More like a grim understanding of desperation. Then the storm hit. Wind ripped through the trees, howling like something in pain, and rain hammered my tarp shelter. We were pinned down for a day, then another half. near the end of the second day, when the storm was just beginning to cough and sputter, a shape stumbled into our camp. I was on my feet in a heartbeat, rifle raised. The figure collapsed face first in the mud. It was Marcus Cole, a ghost from my past. A man I'd served with in the Marines. I hadn't seen him in years. Blood soaked his leg from a ragged gash, and his eyes were wild, pupils blown wide, like he'd been running from hell itself. "Ethan," he rasped, like he couldn't believe I was real. "I need help." Clara and I hauled him under the tarp, cleaned his wound with iodine and strips of torn cloth. He muttered about something, stalking him. On the run, he confessed, voice tight with panic. From the law, but also from it. Didn't like the sound of that. Marcus had always been trouble, a walking disaster wrapped in charisma. The kind of guy who could talk his way out of a locked room, but also the kind to fill that room with stolen goods. Still, old loyalties, however twisted, ran deep. I stitched his leg wound, forced water between his cracked lips, then demanded answers. Marcus's story spilled out in desperate, broken fragments. Smugglers, Canadian border, a run gone wrong. He swore, eyes wide and haunted, that while crossing tribal land, he'd glimpsed a being that had ripped apart 2 of his crew. Skinwalker, he choked out, the Navajo word thick with dread. Shape, shifter, mimics voices, appearances. Skinwalkers, Navajo legends. I'd heard whispers of those tales overseas. Campfire stories from guys with roots in the Southwest. Never put much stock in them. But now a chill crawled up my spine, despite myself. Maybe it was Clara's talk of strange animal attacks. Maybe it was the raw terror itched on Marcus's face. That night, on watch, the wind seemed to carry voices. Whispers in the dark, just at the edge of hearing, sounding like us. I slept with the rifle across my chest. Safety off. The next morning, another visitor. Douglas Holloway, everyone just called him Red. I'd bumped into him a couple of times on the trail. Seasoned hiker, maybe 45. With a beard the color of rust, and an easy smile that never quite reached his eyes. He approached the camp cautious, calling out, "Anyone home?" Seemed relieved to see me, then his brow furrowed when he saw Marcus. "Everything okay here, Ethan? You folks know there's something out there." "What do you mean?" I asked, a knot tightening in my gut. Red described what he'd found. Deer carcasses, skinned, gutted, arranged in a circle around an old oak. He'd heard growling at night, he said, followed by something that sounded like a child crying for help. "Whatever it is," Red said, voice low and serious, "ain't human. Or if it is, it's twisted into something worse than anything I've ever known." Clara went white. Did you see any gear? "A backpack. My brother's pack." She described it, her voice trembling. Red shook his head, his fiery beard swaying. "But he'd heard talk," he said. "A missing hiker. Whispers that the FBI was sniffing around, telling hikers to clear out." Silence fell over us, heavy and cold. We glanced at each other, unspoken fear passing between us. The wind seemed to carry a distant moan, a low, mournful sound that vibrated in our bones. And that's when we saw them. The footprints around our camp. Not just ours, the 4 of us. Something else had prowled by in the night. Bare footprints. Disturbingly elongated. Twisted claw marks at the end of each toe. Tension thickened the air like the storm clouds had. Supplies were dwindling. Stretched thin between 4 people. Heading into town meant losing precious days, maybe more. Clara refused to leave without knowing what happened to her brother. Marcus swore we had to stay hidden, not just from the smugglers, but from the thing. He wouldn't elaborate, just kept glancing nervously at the tree line. Red, ever practical, warned we were safer in a group. Strength in numbers, at least against ordinary threats. My instinct screamed at me to watch, to be ready for anything human or otherwise. A day later, we discovered food missing. A significant chunk of our already meager rations, just gone. Marcus immediately pointed a finger at Clara. Clara glared back, fire in her anxious eyes. Red, ever the peacemaker, tried to diffuse the tension, pointing out we'd had a full supply the night before, relatively full, anyway. Something had crept in again, silent as smoke, and taken what it wanted. Night fell heavy, uneasy. The four of us huddled around a small fire, reluctant to risk a larger flame, a brighter beacon. The woods felt alive, crawling with unseen eyes. None of us slept well. In the darkest hour, something snapped me awake. Branches breaking, close. Rifle in hand, I swept the beam of my flashlight into the trees. Red, standing just beyond the firelight, eyes wide and reflecting the beam. "It's me," he hissed, voice low. "Quit." He gestured, and I followed him a few yards from camp, deeper into the trees. He pointed to a small clearing. In a patch of pale moonlight, a deer carcass lay sprawled on the forest floor, skinned and disemboweled with a precision that was almost surgical. Its innards were draped across the ground, arranged in a pattern that made my stomach churn. Bile rose in my throat. "Has to be some sick predator," Red whispered, voice tight. "Marking territory. Bear. Rabid coyote." But his voice trailed off, unanswered questions hanging in the cold air. None of it explained the footprints. Human-shaped, but elongated, twisted toes. Hearts hammering, we stumbled back to camp. By dawn, Red was gone. Vanished. No note, no sign of a struggle. Just a few footprints leading away from camp. Swallowed by the trees. The strangest part. The footprints stopped abruptly, 20 feet from the edge of the clearing. As if he'd just been lifted. Marcus paced, nerves frayed. Clara was frantic, convinced Red's disappearance was linked to her brother. We agreed to search, a desperate, probably foolish, attempt to find him. We split into pairs. Marcus went with me. Clara insisted on searching alone, adamant that covering more ground separately was our only chance. I argued, resisted letting her go out there alone, but her desperation was a wall. Separate directions, she insisted, might turn up more clues. It took less than an hour for Clara to scream. A raw, tearing sound that ripped through the quiet woods. We crashed through the undergrowth, hearts pounding, until we found her. She was crutched by a thicket of brush, clutching something torn and faded, a backpack. Her brother's name embroidered on the front in clumsy letters. The bag still held a few pathetic supplies, but also something that made my blood run cold. A set of bloody fingernails. Distinctively curved, just like her brother's. Ripped clean off, it looked like. Clara crumpled, sobs tearing through her. Marcus and I exchanged a grim look. Now, no denying it. Something monstrous was out there. Marcus pulled me aside, his face pale and slick with sweat. "We gotta get out of here, Ethan. I can't stay anymore." His voice shook, a tremor of pure terror. Then he confessed, "Canada, a creature in the wilderness." I prayed. He whispered, eyes darting around like he expected something to leap from the shadows. Or bargained something. I don't know. But it let me go. I think. He swallowed hard. I think it wants me to bring it more prey. He looked so genuinely haunted, so broken, that for a moment, a sliver of belief cracked through my skepticism. Still, panic was a virus. I needed him grounded, functional. Deep breath. Marcus, I said, forcing a calm I didn't feel. We'll figure this out. By sunset, we were back at camp, huddled around a dying fire, sketching out a desperate, probably doomed, plan to find Red. Slim chance he was alive. I knew it in my gut, but we couldn't just leave him. Not if there was any chance at all. Marcus kept arguing we should cut our losses, run, live to fight another day. But Clara's quiet desperation, her unwavering focus on her brother, it swayed me. We couldn't abandon another soul to this woods. Not yet. As darkness deepened, we set out again, search parties of 2, following a faint trail of broken branches, hoping against hope. We hadn't gone far when a voice sliced through the night. Over here, Jeff, help me. It sounded like Red, but higher pitched, distorted, almost mocking. We followed the voice, hearts hammering against ribs, deeper into the moonlit woods. In a small clearing, we found a figure standing in the brush, facing away. Built like Red, wearing what looked like Red's clothes. But something was wrong. Oddly still, shoulders too rigid. Then it turned, and the face of wrong. Eyes too large, black and depthless in the moonlight. A smile stretched impossibly wide, too many teeth glinting. It moved like a broken puppet, jerky, unnatural. Then it let out a laugh. Started as Red's easy chuckle, then twisted, warped, into a low, guttural growl that vibrated in the chest. Clara screamed. The figure took a step forward, then vanished behind a thick tree trunk. We chased after it, adrenaline spiking, but it was gone. Vanished into the shadows. In its place on the damp earth, a piece of cloth, torn from Red's jacket, soaked in blood. Adrenaline crashed hard, leaving us shaking, hollowed out. We stumbled back to camp, silence thick between us, collapsing near the cold fire pit. That night Clara woke me, a strangled whisper in the dark, panic in her eyes, pointing to an empty sleeping bag. Marcus, he's gone. I found him 100 yards away, standing rigid among the pines, bathed in faint moonlight, muttering to himself. I heard my name, he mumbled, voice trembling. It wants more, I told it I'd do it. I crept closer, heart hammering, straining to hear. It wants more. I confronted him, rifle barrel cold against his chest. What the hell are you talking about, Marcus? He flinched, tried to back away. But I held my ground. I made a deal, Ethan. He stammered, eyes wide with a terror that went bone deep. I said I'd bring it someone elsey, if it just let me live, Ethan. It followed me here. Anger flared, hot and sudden. You let it here. I never meant for it to go this far, he choked out. But it kills anything in its path. I had no choice. The fury and a sick, plunging sense of betrayal burned in my gut. Still, we were trapped here, tangled together in this nightmare. If I kicked him out, he might just turn on us entirely. I forced him back to camp at gunpoint, the rifle a cold promise against his spine. We'll figure out a plan. I lied, the words hollow in my own ears. Come morning. But morning brought no plan, no answers, only more dread. When the sun finally clawed its way above the trees, I found Clara packing. loading the last scraps of our meager supplies into her brother's torn backpack. She'd made up her mind. She was going back out there, keep searching. But I knew it was suicide. We had to stick together. Alone, any of us would be sitting ducks. "I won't wait around here to get picked off, Ethan," she said, voice flat, final. "If there's any chance at all he's alive, I have to go." Marcus sat slumped by the dead fire, staring at the ground, lost in his own private hell. I turned away for just a moment, to kick dirt over the embers, to hide the faint smoke, and that's when Clara vanished, just like that. Gone. Backpack, desperation, and all swallowed by the woods. Fury raw and helpless, kicked through me. I cursed, kicked at the dirt, but we couldn't leave her out there alone. Not Clara. Not after everything. Marcus and I grabbed what weapons we had left and rushed after her. Plunging back into the oppressive green darkness, we followed her fresh footprints for nearly an hour. The forest pressed in, silent, watchful. Every shadow seemed to writhe, to hide something just beyond sight. Then, we heard it. Clara scream, again, but this time different. A blood-curdling, desperate sound that ripped through the trees and stopped our hearts cold. We raced forward, crashing through the undergrowth, terror lending speed to our legs. We found her in an old hunter's shack, half-rotted logs, walls scrawled with symbols in what looked like dried blood. She was bound to a rough-hewn beam, hanging limp. Her face was bruised, a raw cut bleeding across her cheek. A thick coil of rope pinned her arms behind her back. Barely conscious, she was shaking, whimpering with pain. Marcus moved to free her, reaching for the ropes. Then he froze, standing behind her. Just inside the shack's shadowed doorway was a shape. Vaguely humanoid, draped in tattered rags, but taller than any man I'd ever seen. Skin pale, stretched tight over sharp bones. Where eyes should have been, only dark, bottomless pits. Rifle raised, I aimed. The thing vanished. Just gone. A blur of movement, too fast to track. A moment later, Marcus yelped, thrown sideways by a sudden, invisible force. Like something unseen had slammed into him. I fired blindly into the room, the gunshot deafening in the confined space, but only succeeded in blowing a hole through the shack's moldy wall. The creature's footsteps, if you could call them that. More like a skittering, scraping sound, faded away, leaving behind a faint, cloying stink of decay. Marcus and I worked frantically to untie Clara. Her wrists were raw, chafed red by the ropes. She was mumbling, incoherent words tumbling from her lips. "No, get out, get out." Then her eyes snapped open. Pitch black. No white, no iris. Just black voids staring up at me. She seized my arm, fingers tightening with inhuman strength. Nails digging into my flesh. I jerked back, adrenaline screaming through my veins. Clara let out a giggle, haunting, warped, layered with a deeper, guttural pitch that wasn't hers. "He said he'd bring me more," she hissed. Marcus backed away, eyes wide, face drained of color. "Possessed," he breathed, voice barely audible. "Did possessed her." Clara lunged at me. I raised the rifle reflexively, shoved her away. She staggered, then launched herself again, a feral snarl ripping from her throat. I tried to pin her arms, but she twisted free with impossible force, throwing me back against the shack wall. My head swam, vision blurring. She scrabbled at a shelf, fingers closing around something rusted and sharp, a hunting knife. Pointing it at me, lips peeled back, teeth bared, too long, too sharp. Marcus scrambled to his feet. "Clara, stop," he started, voice trembling, pleading. She whirled on him, a blur of motion, and slashed his arm. Marcus howled, clutching at the sudden bloom of blood. I saw my chance, tackled her. We both hit the dirt floor hard, the knife clattering away across the shack. She clawed at my face, screaming like a trapped animal. Her eyes, those black voids, seemed to stare right through me, into something cold and ancient. I had no choice. She was gone. Twisted, possessed, by whatever that creature was. If I didn't stop her, she'd kill us both. My mind raced, grasping for anything half, remembered legends, holy water exorcisms. Nothing. None of that was here. None of that could help. My rifle. Inches away. She scrambled, reaching for it. I grabbed it first. In one heartbreaking, gut-wrenching instant, I squeezed the trigger. The shot echoed, deafening, through the small shack. Clara collapsed. Blood bloomed, spreading across the dirt floor beneath her. The blackness receded from her eyes, leaving behind only confusion, then terror. Her mouth opened, a silent gasp, like she was trying to say something. Then nothing. Silence. The cabin was so silent, I swear I could hear my own heart beat. A frantic drum against my ribs. Marcus stared at me, clutching his bleeding arm, face ashen. "My God," he whispered, voice raw. You killed her." I slid back against the shack wall, trembling, rifle still clutched in my hand. "I had no choice," I said, voice hollow, dead. She was gone. Before we could even process what had happened, we heard engines. Vehicles approaching, fast. Voices shouting outside. Men in suits. Seconds later, the shack exploded inward. Flashlights blinding, handguns leveled. FBI. The lead agent flashed a badge, barked orders. They took one look at Clara's body, sprawled on the dirt floor, and barked again. "Drop your weapons." We were hustled outside, shoved to our knees in the mud. I tried to explain. The creature. Possession. Sarah, Clara. They exchanged glances, not disbelief exactly, more annoyance. Like they'd heard this story before. They separated Marcus and me, shoved us into separate SUVs. As they drove me away from the shack, sirens cutting through the night, I glimpsed figures in dark uniforms fanning out into the woods, men in black, searching. One of them shouted into a radio, the words crackling in the night air. Another one, same move. Something along those lines. The car sped off, leaving the shack, the woods, the horror, behind. But it was too late. It was already inside me. For hours, they questioned me in a cramped trailer, a makeshift field office the FBI had set up. Foreign substances. Had we ingested anything? Clara's death, how exactly? Red's disappearance. They never once acknowledged the possibility of anything supernatural. Instead, they steered me towards a narrative where Marcus was the villain. He'd lured Clara out, tortured her, and I'd accidentally shot her trying to be the hero. They hinted I could walk free, just sign a statement, pin it all on Marcus. I resisted, at first. But they wore me down piece by piece. Threats. Prison. They said they had evidence. The hushed, knowing tone in their voices told me they weren't bluffing. They didn't want the truth out. Their eyes, they already knew more about what lurked in those woods than I could ever imagine. Finally, I cracked. Signed their damn paper. Just wanting to end the nightmare. They confiscated my rifle, my gear. The next day, they drove me to a dusty bus station in a nameless town. An agent, face like granite, handed me a one-way ticket out of state. Try going back there, he said, voice low, warning. We'll be watching. Some things are best left alone, Mr. Blackwood. I refused the ticket, walked away, battered numb, a ghost in my own life. He was gone when I turned back, vanished just like Red, just like Clara's brother. Rumor was, the FBI pinned everything, Clara's death, Red's vanishing act, her brother's fate on Marcus. Another rumor, darker, whispered in the back of my mind, said he'd cut a new deal with the creature, turned into something inhuman himself. I couldn't be sure. Couldn't be sure of anything anymore. In the aftermath, I drifted. Weeks blurred into months, cheap motels and greasy diners, haunted by nightmares. Every time I closed my eyes, Clara's final look, that raspy, corrupted laughter, and always the whisper. First, it was just a word. First, then a voice. Sometimes in lonely hallways, I'd hear it behind me. A voice identical to my own. You don't need all this, Ethan. Let me take over. I'd spin around, heart hammering, rifle hand twitching. Nothing there. But I felt it, watching, mimicking. Occasionally, I'd see news reports. Missing hikers, near Shark Mountain. FBI swarming in, hush hush. Life went on for everyone else. But not for me. My soul felt scarred. To this day, I live with it. The guilt. The endless replay of pulling that trigger on Clara. Possessed or not. I wonder about her brother. Still out there. Is Red still alive? Somewhere in those woods. Does the skin walker still lurk among those shadowy pines, waiting for its next prey? And I wonder, when I look in the mirror, will I see something else staring back? A twisted reflection. The creature that used my voice. Maybe it's just paranoia. But I can't shake the feeling that my deal with the FBI was as much a bargain with the devil as Marcus's was with that monster. I write this not for forgiveness, but as a warning to anyone who might be foolish enough to tread those trails. Sometimes, the scariest predators aren't bears, aren't mountain lions. Sometimes they wear our faces. Sometimes they know our voices, our secrets, and they use them to hunt. I've learned one truth in all this. The forest can be a lonely place to die, and even lonelier to survive. I made it out. But at what cost? I will carry the memory of that shack, those blood-scrawled symbols, Clara's dying eyes, for as long as I live. And in my darkest moments, I can still hear it. A faint whisper, echoing in my own voice, promising that one day it'll come for me too. Weeks turned into a slow motion blur of cheap motels and roadside diners. Sleep offered no escape, just a deeper dive into the nightmare. Clara's face, contorted in that final, possessed scream, haunted every blink. The echo of the gunshot in the shack, the sudden, absolute silence that followed, it replayed behind my eyelids, a broken loop of horror. And the whisper, always the whisper. It started subtly, a breath at the edge of hearing. First, then, clearer, a voice. My voice. Whispering doubts, anxieties, things I hadn't even consciously thought. You're weak, Ethan. Look at you. Running. Hiding. In the dead quiet of motel rooms, I'd whirl around, heart hammering, expecting to see something. Nothing. Just shadows stretching in the corners, the hum of the cheap refrigerator. But the feeling, that cold, crawling sensation of being watched, of being mimicked, it never faded. Paranoia? Maybe. Grief. Definitely guilt, a constant, gnawing ache. I'd killed her. Possessed or not, it was my hand on the trigger. My bullet that ended her life. The FBI's version, Marcus as the villain. Me the accidental hero. It was a lie, a convenient fiction to bury something darker. But sometimes, staring at my reflection in a cracked motel mirror, I wondered if I was starting to believe it. Easier than facing the truth. That I'd killed a woman, lost 2 comrades, and run from something I couldn't even name, something that was now, undeniably, inside my head. News reports flickered on diner TVs, catching my eye even when I tried to ignore them. Missing hikers. Always near Shauk Mountain. Always vague details, hushed tones. Then silence. The FBI, efficient and ruthless, scrubbing away the edges of the story. Life went on for everyone else, oblivious. But my life, it had stalled, fractured. I was adrift, untethered, haunted. One night, in a nameless town somewhere in Pennsylvania, sleep finally abandoned me completely. Tossing and turning in the stale motel bed, the whisper turned into words, clearer now, more insistent. "Let me in, Ethan. I can help you. You're tired of carrying this, aren't you?" I sat bolt upright, heart slamming against my ribs, drenched in a cold sweat. The room was silent, still, just the faint, rhythmic pulse of the neon sign outside bleeding through the cheap curtains. But the voice, it had been inside my head, not just a whisper anymore, a thought clear as day, but not mine. I stumbled out of bed, pacing the cramped room, trying to shake off the feeling, the icy dread that was creeping up my spine. Needed air, needed to move. I threw on my boots, grabbed my jacket, and walked out into the night. The town was dead, Main Street deserted, storefronts dark and shuttered. Just streetlights casting long, skeletal shadows. The air was sharp, winter biting at the edges of spring. I walked for hours, aimless, driven by a restless energy I couldn't explain. The voice was quiet now, dormant, but I could still feel it, a cold knot in my stomach, a silent passenger in my mind. Dawn found me on the outskirts of town, staring out at a skeletal forest, trees stark against the pale sky. The woods, they called to me, even now, after everything. A twisted kind of pull, a morbid fascination. Was it still there, waiting, watching? Or had it followed me? The thought sent a fresh wave of icy dread through me. Followed me out of the woods. Impossible, wasn't it? Skinwalker legends, shape shifters, mimicking voices, mimicking thoughts. Suddenly the news reports, the hushed FBI agents, Marcus's terror, Clara's possessed eyes, it all clicked into place with sickening clarity. It wasn't just in the woods anymore. It was spreading, and I somehow was connected to it. Tainted, I had to know, had to go back, stupid, suicidal, maybe. But the alternative, drifting, haunted, waiting for something I couldn't see to finally consume me, that was no kind of life. Turning back towards town, a grim resolve hardened in my chest. I was going back to Shauk Mountain. Not to hide, not to run, but to face it. Whatever it was. And maybe, just maybe, to understand what the hell had really happened out there. First step, information. If the FBI was involved, if they were hushing things up. There had to be something more to this than just a few missing hikers and some strange animal attacks. They knew something. They always did, and I needed to find out what. Back in the motel room, I dug out my phone, powered it on, dusted off the digital breadcrumbs I'd tried to erase, the ghost of my old life. Time to dig. Time to use the one weapon I had left. Information. First search, Shauk Mountain, Connecticut disappearances. The search engine spat back a predictable mix of hiking blogs, trail maps, local news articles about scenic views and fall foliage. Nothing about disappearances. Nothing about anything unusual. FBI had done their job well, scrubbed it clean. Deeper, Appalachian Trail, Connecticut, strange incidents. Unexplained animal deaths, Connecticut woods. Shark Mountain legends. This time, something flickered. A few obscure forum posts, buried deep in hiking and paranormal websites. Whispers of something wrong on the Connecticut section of the AT. Hikers reporting unnatural sounds, feelings of being watched, animals acting strangely. One post, chillingly vague, mentioned disturbing discoveries near Shark Mountain, followed by a rapid shutdown of trail sections and increased ranger presence. Then, silence. The threads died, questions unanswered, speculation cut short. Someone was definitely burying something. But who? And why? FBI Appalachian Trail, Connecticut. FBI Shark Mountain investigation. More news articles. Official statements. Routine patrols. Increased vigilance due to seasonal wildlife activity. Nothing concrete. Nothing that explained the men in black. The hushed questions. The palpable fear radiating from those agents in the shack. Then, a name. Buried in the comments section of one of the hiking forums. A user dismissing the paranormal nonsense, but mentioning a government research facility located somewhere near Shark Mountain. Biological research, the comment claimed, strictly off limits. Heard they do animal testing, maybe even other things. Conspiracy theory, probably. But in this mess, in this nightmare, even the wildest theories felt plausible. Government research facility, Connecticut, Shark Mountain. This time, Google coughed up a hit. Not a news article, not a forum post. A map, faintly marked, almost hidden, on an outdated online map of Connecticut state parks. A small, unlabeled area deep within the Shark Mountain State Forest. No name, just a shaded polygon. Marked restricted area, government property. Clicking on it brought up nothing. No information, no details. Just a dead link. But the location, it was deep in the woods. Precisely where everything had gone to hell. Research facility. Biological. Animal testing. Other things, skinwalkers. Shapeshifters. Mimicking voices, possession. The pieces, disparate and insane as they were, started to click together in my mind. A terrifying, impossible puzzle forming in the darkness. I needed to see this place. Needed to know what was hidden in those woods. Even if it meant walking right back into the heart of the nightmare. First, though, supplies. Couldn't go back into those woods empty-handed. And this time, I wouldn't be going alone. Not exactly. But I wouldn't be unprepared either. Pulling out my wallet, counting the meager cash I had left. Enough for a bus ticket, enough for something, enough to start. The whisper returned, softer now, almost encouraging. Go back, Ethan. Find it. Understand. Understanding. Was that what I was after? Or something darker? Something self-destructive? Maybe a little of both. But one thing was clear. Running was over. It was time to face the music. Or whatever unholy symphony was waiting for me in those woods. The bus coughed and shuddered its way back towards Connecticut. Each mile a tightening coil of dread and grim anticipation. I stared out the window, the landscape blurring into a green and grey smear, mirroring the fog in my own mind. Supplies were minimal, a backpack crammed with cheap camping gear, a newly purchased hunting knife strapped to my thigh, and a heart full of cold resolve. No rifle this time, just me, and whatever it was that was waiting. The closer I got to Shalk Mountain, the stronger the feeling became. A pull, a tug, like a fishhook buried deep in my gut, drawing me back to the source of the nightmare. The whisper, too, grew more insistent, less subtle. No longer just at the edge of hearing, now it was a constant companion, a second voice layered beneath my own thoughts. Almost there, Ethan. Close now. We're going home. Home. The word twisted in my mind. A sick joke. The woods, the shack, the blood, the death. That wasn't home. That was a grave. But maybe, for me, for whatever I was becoming, it was. I got off the bus in a small town a few miles from the trailhead. The same town the FBI had dumped me in weeks ago. It felt different now. Ominous. Like the air itself was holding its breath. I bought a few last-minute supplies at a dusty general store: jerky, energy bars, bottled water, the mundane necessities of survival. Feeling absurdly normal in the face of the coming storm. The hike back in was a blur of green and shadows. Familiar paths now felt alien, menacing. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig, sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. The woods were watching. I could feel it, not just paranoia anymore. Something was aware of my return, anticipating it. As I neared the clearing where my camp had been, a silence fell, deeper than before, oppressive. Even the birds were quiet. The air hung heavy, stagnant, thick with the cloying scent of pine and damp earth, and something else. Something metallic, faintly sweet, like decay. The camp was gone, not just abandoned, gone. The tarp shelter ripped to shreds, tents slashed and collapsed, supplies scattered and ruined, as if something had deliberately unmade it, violated it, marked it as unwanted. Rage, cold and sharp, flared in my chest. This was a message, clear as day. Turn back, Ethan. You are not welcome here. But rage warred with a deeper, more primal emotion: fear. Raw, gut-wrenching fear that whispered, run. Get out now. While you still can. I ignored both, pushed past the ruined camp, deeper into the woods, towards the research facility, the restricted area, the heart of the darkness. The map was vague, outdated, but it gave me a direction. I followed it, compass needle trembling, pushing through tangled undergrowth, climbing over fallen logs, the whisper a constant, insidious guide in my ear. This way, Ethan. Closer. Closer. Hours blurred into a relentless trick. The forest grew darker, denser. The trees gnarled and twisted, branches clawing at the sky. The air grew colder, heavy with a palpable sense of wrongness. The silence deepened, absolute now, broken only by the frantic thumping of my own heart. Then, I saw it. Through the trees, a break in the natural chaos of the woods. A straight line, a fence, chain link, topped with razor wire. Incongruous and jarringly out of place in the wilderness. Restricted area, government property. The faded sign confirmed what the map had hinted at. The research facility. It wasn't what I expected. No imposing buildings, no floodlights, no obvious signs of activity. Just silence. And the fence, stretching into the gloom, disappearing into the trees. Ominous, abandoned, or just hidden. The whisper intensified, urgent now. Inside, Ethan, go inside. It's waiting for me, or for something else. Ignoring the warning screams of my instincts, I followed the fence line, searching for a break, an opening. Found it a few hundred yards further on. A section of fence cut, carelessly repaired with rusty wire, barely holding. Easy enough to slip through. On the other side, the woods were different. Still trees, still shadows, but sterile, ordered. The undergrowth cleared, paths cut through the brush, almost manicured. And the silence, even more profound here, pressing down like a physical weight. Following one of the paths, I came to a clearing. And there it was. The facility. Not buildings, not exactly. More like bunkers. Low, concrete structures, half buried in the earth, overgrown with moss and vines. Designed to blend into the landscape, to disappear. Only heavy steel doors, rusted and scarred, hinted at what lay beneath. No signs of life. No sounds. Just the oppressive silence, and the feeling of being watched, amplified here, almost unbearable. The whisper turned into a command. Door, Ethan. The first door. Go in. The first bunker closest to the fence breach loomed before me. Steel door. Heavy hinges groaning with rust. A single, flickering security light above the entrance, casting long, distorted shadows. Hesitation warred with a morbid curiosity, a desperate need to know. What was this place? What had they been doing here? And what did it have to do with it? Hand trembling, I reached for the handle. Cold steel, slick with dampness. Pulled. The door groaned open, protesting after years of disuse, revealing a black maw of absolute darkness. And a smell, faint at first, then stronger as the door swung wider. Decay, rotting meat, and something else acrid, chemical, vaguely wrong. Taking a breath, steeling myself against the rising tide of nausea and dread, I stepped inside. Darkness swallowed me whole. Thick, absolute darkness. Broken only by the faint, dying glow of the security light filtering in through the doorway. The smell intensified, assaulting my senses, making my stomach churn. Decay and chemicals, yes, but also something animal. Musk. Fear. Fumbling for my flashlight, I flicked it on. The beam cut through the darkness, revealing a narrow corridor, concrete walls damp and stained, the air thick with dust and the smell of mildew. Ahead, another door. Steel, like the entrance, but this one open. A sliver of light spilling out from beneath it. Hesitantly, I moved forward, boots echoing in the oppressive silence. The whisper was almost a purr now, a low, satisfied hum in my mind. Yes, Ethan. This is it. This is where it began. The open door led to a larger room, a laboratory, or what had once been a laboratory. Equipment rusted and broken. Wires hanging from the ceiling, glass vials shattered on the floor. Desks overturned, papers scattered, coated in a thick layer of dust. Abandoned. Rushed. Like they'd left in a hurry. But not entirely empty. In the center of the room, under a single, flickering fluorescent light, something lay on a steel table, covered by a white sheet, body-shaped. My heart hammered against my ribs. Slowly, carefully I approached the table, the whisper urging me on. Look, Ethan. See what they made. Reaching out, hand trembling, I pulled back the sheet, and recoiled, gasping, stumbling back against a wall, bile rising in my throat. It was animal, and human, twisted together, fused into something unnatural. A wolf-like body, but elongated, distorted, limbs too long, joints bent at wrong angles. Human hands, or something like them, tipped with long, black claws. And the head vaguely canine, but with a flattened face, almost humanoid. Empty eye sockets stared up at the ceiling, black pits of nothingness. Skin stretched taut, pale, almost translucent, revealing the grotesque musculature beneath. A skin walker, real, tangible, lying dead on a steel table in a forgotten government lab. But dead, or sleeping. As if in answer, the whisper sharpened, turned into a voice, clear and cold in my mind. Not dead, Ethan. Born. This is the first. They made it. But they couldn't control it. They made it. The government. This thing. Biological research. Animal testing. Other things. The pieces slammed into place, forming a picture so monstrous, so insane, it almost defied belief. They hadn't been researching animals. They'd been creating them. Weaponizing legends. Trying to breed this. A shapeshifter. A mimic. A predator beyond human comprehension. And they'd lost control. It had escaped. Into the woods. And it had changed. Evolve. Become something more. Something darker. Something that could possess. That could mimic voices. That could hunt with unnatural cunning and cruelty. And Marcus had stumbled into its territory. And brought it here. To me. The whisper laughed, a low, guttural chuckle that echoed in my own voice. Yes, Ethan. He brought it to you. And now you will bring it to me. Terror, cold and paralyzing, gripped me. Me, bring it to whom? To what? Turning slowly, heart pounding, I scanned the lab, and saw it. In the corner of the room, half hidden in shadow, something moved, slowly, deliberately, taller than the creature on the table, more defined. Still vaguely humanoid, but wrong, distorted. Rags clinging to a frame that seemed to shift and ripple, even as I watched. And the face of featureless. A blank canvas of pale skin, no eyes, no nose, no mouth. Just waiting. It stepped out of the shadows, moving with a fluid, unnatural grace. And then a voice spoke. My exact voice, but colder, empty. Welcome home, Ethan. The hunting knife felt suddenly, pathetically, small in my hand. This wasn't a bear, not a mountain lion, not even a rabid coyote. This was something else. Something ancient, something hungry, and it knew my name. It knew my voice. It knew me. And it was waiting for me to bring it more. The final bargain. The ultimate price. My life for what? For nothing. For the endless, echoing loneliness of the woods. For the whisper that would never be silent again. For the creature that now wore my face, spoke with my voice, and waited patiently for me to surrender. The forest was a lonely place to die, and even lonelier to survive. And in that moment, staring into the featureless face of the thing that mimicked me, I knew. Survival wasn't the point anymore. Not for me. The whisper turned into a promise. One day, Ethan, it'll come for you too. But today, it was already here. My name is Liam Walker, and at 27, I'm still wrestling with a horror that clawed its way into my life in the Appalachian Mountains. It wasn't long ago. I run a small online adventure channel, chasing thrills in the wild, filming every step. Nights under canvas. Adrenaline spikes, that's my usual script. But the Appalachians, they ripped the script to shreds and scrawled a nightmare over it that replays behind my eyelids every damn night. It started with a disconnect weekend. 5 of us heading into the woods, me, my longtime buddy, Chris Skepticism, is my Shield Davies, the ever-practical and outdoorsy Sarah Jenkins, and then Damon Hayes. And his shadow, his girlfriend, Chloe Price. Damon, see, he was always knee-deep in something shady. Side hustles, he called them. I just never figured his hustles would drag us all into hell. Especially not in the ancient, brooding heart of the Appalachians. Friday afternoon, we rolled up to the trailhead. The mountains clawed at the sky. The trees choked out the sun even more intensely than back home. The air thick with the damp, earthy smell of pine, decaying leaves, and something elsey, something older, wilder. Stepping out of my Wrangler, that smell hit me, that deep, earthy rot and life scent of the ancient mountains. Sarah, always on point, was right behind me, grinning like we were about to conquer Everest instead of just a weekend in the sticks. Chris's beat up Explorer crunched to a stop behind us. He unfolded himself from the driver's seat, eyes already narrowed, scanning for, I don't know, logical fallacies in the trees. Then Damon unfolded from the passenger side, that signature smirk plastered across his face. Chloe trailed him, looking like she'd rather be anywhere else, preferably lit by neon and soundtracked by something other than rustling leaves and the unsettling silence of these old mountains. Damon, of course, had insisted she come. Fresh air, babe, I'd overheard him saying, dripping with fake enthusiasm. We hiked in maybe 2 hours, following a map I'd printed off some website, some local hiking blog, boasting about unspoiled wilderness and breathtaking views. The trail was a bastard of rocks and roots, winding deeper and deeper into the shadowed woods, but the scenery, yeah, okay, it was scenic in a way that felt heavy, ancient. Towering oaks and gnarled pines, the undergrowth thick and tangled, the very air seeming to hum with a silent, watchful energy. We found a clearing by a creek, set up camp. Perfect spot, really. Off the main drag, no weekend warriors in sight, killer view down the valley. If you could call that shadowed cleft between the mountains a valley. Naturally, I pulled out the camera, filming little snippets for the channel, weaving in some local Appalachian lore. Whispers of mountain witches, strange disappearances, the usual ghost stories to spice things up. Chris snorted every time I mentioned spirits or unexplained phenomena. Silly yokel nonsense, he'd scoff. But even he seemed a little less sure of himself in these woods. The air thick with something you couldn't quite name. Something that prickled your skin and made the back of your neck itch. Night dropped like a stone. Fire crackling, sparks punching holes in the oppressive darkness. We were charring hot dogs. Sarah was running through beer, safe food hanging protocols, tying ropes between branches of these ancient, looming trees. Chris was ribbing her for being a Boy Scout in Birkenstocks. Felt almost normal for a heartbeat. Then we heard it. Distant at first, a high, keening wail. Like a goddamn banshee lost in the mountain wilderness. Conversation died. Mid-sentence. Chloe's hand flew to her mouth. What the hell was that? She breathed, eyes wide and dark, reflecting the firelight like pools of ink. Chris, Mr. Rational, jumped in first. Fox, he declared. Or a bobcat. Mountain lion, maybe. Something like that. I tried to agree, but no. This sound was wrong. It vibrated in your bones, a trembling, desolate cry that made the hairs on my arms stand up. We tried to shrug it off, called it a night. But sleep was a joke. I lay there, staring into the tent canvas, listening to the rustling woods, the snapping fire, and the restless shifting in the other tents. Nobody was sleeping. We were all listening to the mountains, and whatever the hell was crying out in them. Morning coughed up a nasty surprise. Sarah found it, a scrap of fabric snagged on a low branch, right near the edge of our camp. I walked over and my gut clenched. It was a scarf, small, tattered, stiff, and stained. Dark red, blood. Someone probably dropped it. Damon shrugged, all breezy dismissal. Hikers, hunters, who knows? Years ago, even. Chris echoed him. Yeah, woods are full of crap. But Sarah's face was chalk white, her practical nature failing her for the first time. Chloe looked green around the gills, like she was about to decorate the Appalachian undergrowth with her breakfast. We decided, collectively and silently, to ignore it. Didn't want to spoil the weekend, right? But a thick, greasy dread clung to us. A shadow we couldn't shake, a cold hand pressing down on our chests with every step deeper into the mountains. Day plan: hike higher. Scenic overlook, supposed to be killer views, panoramic vistas of the ancient Appalachian range. That's when the gear started acting up. My GPS, frozen solid, screen blank, refusing to update, as useless as a brick in this wilderness. Chris's phone, dead, stone cold dead, despite being fully charged the night before. And the map, turns out, it was ancient. Decade old, at least. Sections of the forest were different. Trails vanished, new ones snaked off into nowhere. Like the mountains themselves were shifting, changing, leading us astray on purpose. We took wrong turns, ended up scrambling over steeper, rockier ground, the trees closing in. The sunlight fading to a bruised twilight even at midday. By noon, the scenic overlook was still a goddamn myth, a cruel joke whispered by the mountains themselves. Damon was limping, bitching about a twisted ankle, claiming he'd slipped on some wet rocks. Chloe was dragging her feet, pale and jumpy, like every twisted root and shadow was about to reach out and drag her down into the earth. Sarah, bless her, was the only one holding it together, pushing on, trying to find any kind of trail marker that matched the fossil we were calling a map. Her usual optimism battling against the oppressive weight of the mountains. We were so focused on just putting one foot in front of the other, heads down, breathing hard, we almost missed it. The scream, thin, reedy, full of pain, echoing through the trees again. Closer this time, way too close, we froze. Head snapped up, eyes darting, searching the suffocating green, the ancient, watchful trees. Nothing, just the woods. The silence that swallowed sound, that pressed in on you until you felt like you couldn't breathe. Animal, Chris mouthed, but his eyes were flickering around, betraying his rational explanation. Just an animal. But even he sounded less convinced now. The mountains getting under his skin, cracking his skepticism. We kept moving. But the feeling of being watched, of something else being out there, something ancient and hungry, it was a cold knot in my gut that just kept tightening, twisting, turning into a lead weight dragging me down. Mid-afternoon, we found a flattish spot, a small hollow cradled between the roots of massive trees. Called it temporary camp. Chloe whined for a break, practically collapsing onto the mossy ground. Damon was happy to oblige, collapsing onto a fallen log like he'd just run a marathon with a broken leg, his face pale and drawn. I volunteered to gather firewood, needing to move, to do something, anything to shake off the creeping dread. Sarah and Chris said they'd scout for water, though the creek we'd camped by was just a short walk back. Before I could even move, Damon snagged my arm, voice dropping to a stage whisper, eyes darting around like he expected the trees themselves to be listening. Hey, Liam, man, listen. He glanced over at Chloe, sprawled on the log, looking miserable, lost in her own fear. Need you to keep something quiet, yeah. Demon, seriously. Not in the mood. My patience had worn thin hours ago, shredded by the mountain air and the growing unease. Important, dude. Real important. He leaned closer, that signature smirk twisting into something calculating, predatory. expecting a couple of guys out here tonight. Business. You know, took me a second. Then it hit. You're kidding me. I stared at him, incredulous. You dragged us all the way out here, to the middle of the goddamn Appalachian wilderness, for a goddamn deal. Pickup, man. Just a pickup. Damon waved a dismissive hand, trying to play it cool, but even he couldn't quite mask the tremor in his voice. Nothing big. Nobody gets hurt. I wanted to punch him, for being so monumentally, breathtakingly stupid, for risking all of us. Out here in the heart of nowhere, for whatever the hell Damon thought was worth risking it for. But before I could even open my mouth, he was already walking away, heading deeper into the trees, disappearing into the shadows, like the mountains themselves had swallowed him whole, leaving me standing there, simmering with rage, lost, tired, injured, and with a cold, crawling premonition that Damon's stupidity wasn't just stupid. It was about to paint us all into a very dark corner of these ancient, unforgiving mountains. Night fell again, the Appalachian twilight a bruised purple bleeding into black. We built another fire, the flames a fragile orange bubble against the encroaching darkness. The woods were dead silent, unnervingly so, except for the fire crackling, spitting sparks, and the occasional rustle in the undergrowth that made us all jump. I saw Chloe watching Damon, eyes narrowed, still suspicious, still scared. Maybe she'd overheard us arguing. Maybe she just knew, deep down, that Damon's business always spelled trouble, especially out here in these mountains that felt like they were watching, waiting. Chris, bless his cynical heart, tried to lighten the mood again, cracking jokes about Appalachian folklore, about mountain spirits and haunted hollows. It worked for about 5 minutes, a thin, brittle laugh echoing in the firelight. Then that unearthly wail ripped through the trees again. Cut Chris off mid-sentence, the laughter dying in our throats. This time it sounded like it was right on the edge of the clearing, just beyond the firelight's flickering reach. Sarah was on her feet in a heartbeat, flashlight beam stabbing into the trees, a desperate white finger against the overwhelming black. I scrambled up, joining her, flashlight sweeping the darkness, heart hammering against my ribs. Nothing, just the trees, ancient, gnarled, silent witnesses. Not even a goddamn squirrel. We huddled together, backs pressed tight, a pathetic little island of firelight in a sea of mountain night. Can't be a fox, Chris muttered, voice shaky despite himself, his skepticism finally cracking under the weight of the unexplained. Sounded human, too human. Chloe was pale, trembling, her eyes wide and unfocused. So human, she whispered, voice barely audible above the crackling fire. Damon just gritted his teeth, eyes darting around the edge of the firelight, scanning the darkness like he expected something to materialize from the shadows. Sarah, ever the pragmatist, ever the leader, took charge, her voice firm, but tight with a fear I knew she felt too. We stick together, she said, her flashlight beam unwavering. Nobody wanders off. Alone, not again. Damon naturally had other ideas. He coughed, a dry, rattling sound in the silence, mumbled something about nature calling again, the same lame excuse as before, and just walked off, into the black, without waiting for an answer, without waiting for anyone. Just turned his back on the firelight and vanished into the trees. Chloe started to follow, a panicked demand escaping her lips, a thin, Desperate sounds swallowed by the mountain's silence. I snagged her arm, gently but firmly, pulling her back to the firelight. "Let him go," I said, my voice low, grim. Though I had a pretty damn good idea where he was going, and it wasn't to piss behind a tree. Minutes bled into an hour. Then, too, fire dwindled to embers, spitting and dying. Chloe was a mess, pacing the campsite like a caged animal, whispering about going after him, her fear a palpable thing in the air. Sarah and I talked her down, again. "He's a grown man," we reasoned, our voices hollow even to our own ears. "He can handle himself." But deep down, I was cold with dread, a certainty settling in my bones like mountain chill. Damon wasn't just meeting some guys for a pickup. He was tangled in something thick and dark, something that felt ancient and wrong, something that resonated with the unsettling energy of these mountains. And we were all caught in the goddamn web, flies buzzing around a spider's parlor. I must have dozed off by the dying fire, exhaustion finally cracking my defenses, because the next thing I knew, I was bolt upright, heart hammering, ripped awake by a scream. Close scream, high-pitched, raw terror, cutting through the mountain night like a knife. I scrambled up, fumbling for the small lantern we'd left burning. Flickering light spilled across the campsite, painting the scene in shaky shadows. Sarah and Chris were already awake, on their feet, tense, flashlights in hand, eyes wide and searching. Chloe stood at the edge of the clearing, frozen, a statue carved from fear, staring into the darkness beyond the firelight. My blood turned to ice, a cold flood through my veins. I swung my flashlight beam out into the trees, heart pounding in my chest like a trapped bird. And there he was, Damon, stumbling back towards us, emerging from the shadows like something vomited up by the woods themselves. Eyes wide, white-rimmed, the pupils blown wide, terrified. Sweat plastered his hair to his forehead, his face a mask of raw panic. Chloe ran to him, relief flooding her face, her voice cracking with emotion. "Damon, what happened? Are you okay?" But he shoved her away hard, a jerky, violent motion that sent her stumbling back. He was shaking, trembling like a leaf in a storm, sweat pouring down his face like he'd been running from the devil himself, and maybe he had. "What happened?" I asked, voice tight, strained, fear coiling in my gut. He swallowed hard, Adam's apple bobbing in his throat, eyes darting from face to face, wild, desperate. "I saw her," he whispered, voice trembling, barely audible above the crackling embers. "Saw who?" I asked. But he just shook his head, a frantic, jerky motion, didn't answer. Instead, he just dropped to his knees, right there in the dirt, collapsing like a puppet with its strings cut. Chloe tried to help him up, reaching for him, but he shook her off again, muttering. She was floating, gliding. I don't know, up there in the trees. That's when I saw it. His hands, trembling uncontrollably. Sarah leaned in, flashlight beam steady on his arm, her practical, medic instincts kicking in despite the terror of the situation. And we all saw it. The streak of crimson smeared across his sleeve. Dark, wet, unmistakable. Blood, Damon. Sarah's voice was sharp now. All practicality gone, replaced by something cold and hard, something bordering on accusation. "Whose blood is that, Damon? Tell me now." He just shook his head again, eyes haunted, lost in some inner landscape of terror. I wanted to scream at him, demand answers, shake the truth out of him, but fear had choked the words in my throat. leaving me paralyzed. Chloe looked like she was about to shatter, her fragile composure finally cracking under the weight of everything. Finally, Damon mumbled it. So low we almost missed it, a broken whisper lost in the mountain night. Not mine, he choked out. She attacked them. The men I was supposed to meet. There it was. Confirmation. The drug deal turned to bloody, screaming shit, just like I'd known it would. And we were right in the middle of it, knee deep in Damon's mess. In something far darker and more terrifying than just a drug deal gone wrong. Before we could even process it, before we could drag any more answers out of him, before we could even begin to understand what the hell Damon had unleashed, the sound came again, that anguished wail. Whale song from hell, banshee cry echoing through the Appalachian night. It pierced my ears, rattled my teeth, vibrated in my bones, a physical assault as much as an auditory one. Chloe clutched her head, whimpering, a small, broken sound of pure animal fear. Sarah backed away, flashlight beam frantically slicing through the trees, searching for what? The source. The monster. The woman Damon had seen floating in the trees. Damon just whimpered, tears welling in his eyes, his bravado completely shattered, reduced to a whimpering, broken mess. That was the moment. The moment it slammed into me, cold and brutal. A punch to the gut that stole my breath. We were in deep, serious, soul-shredding trouble. This wasn't just a bad camping trip. This wasn't just a drug deal gone wrong. This was something else. Something ancient, something evil. Something woven into the very fabric of these mountains. We huddled closer to the dying fire, a tight, trembling knot of fear. None of us even thinking about sleep anymore. Sleep felt like a distant, impossible luxury. We took shifts, watching the darkness. Each of us jumpy, paranoid, expecting something to break through the tree line at any moment. Sometime before dawn, Chris nodded off. Exhaustion finally winning, his cynicism, no match for the primal terror of the Appalachian night. I fought to stay awake, eyes straining against the darkness, ears straining for any sound beyond the rustling leaves and the snapping embers. But the heavy blanket of fatigue, the weight of fear, just smothered me, dragging me down into a shallow, nightmare-filled doze. When I woke, the sky was a bruised, dull gray, the first hint of dawn painting the eastern ridge with a sickly light. Fire was dead, just a pile of gray ash. Damon was curled up in a tight, tense ball, still asleep, or pretending to be, his face pale and drawn even in sleep. Chloe was slumped against him, head lolling, her breathing shallow and uneven. Sarah was gone, panic. Raw, icy panic. Colder and sharper than anything I'd felt before. Surging through my veins, flooding my senses, drowning out everything but the cold, hard fact: Sarah was gone. Again. We scrambled up, hearts hammering, eyes wild, adrenaline spiking, fear lending a desperate, frantic energy to our movements. Scored the campsite again, more frantically this time. Tent still there, a hollow shell flapping in the morning breeze. Backpack untouched, neatly zipped. Sitting by the fire pit like she'd just stepped away for a moment. No sign of a struggle. No footprints leading away from the clearing in the damp earth. She just vanished. Into thin air. Swallowed by the mountains. My throat went sandpaper dry, fear a physical lump in my chest. "We have to look for her," Chris said, his voice tight, strained. Barely above a whisper, but with a new urgency, a new fear he couldn't quite hide, even behind his cynical mask. He grabbed his flashlight, though the dawn was breaking, a desperate, almost futile gesture. She wouldn't just wander off. Not Sarah. We woke Damon Calo, shaking them roughly, pulling them back from whatever nightmares they were lost in. Damon cursed, low and ugly, face twisting with guilt and fear, his bravado completely gone, replaced by a raw, animal panic. Chloe just looked like she was about to fold in on herself, collapse into a heap of broken nerves, her eyes wide and vacant, lost in the horror of the night. Quick, desperate plan, formed in panicked whispers and frantic gestures. Chris and I search for Sarah. Chloe and Damon stay put, huddled by the dead fire, in case she came back. A pathetic hope, clinging to the edge of despair. I had no idea if splitting up was smart, probably the stupidest thing we could do, but we were drowning in fear, grasping at straws, any straw, just to feel like we were doing something. Chris and I crashed through the undergrowth, calling Sarah's name until our voices were raw, hoarse whispers swallowed by the oppressive silence of the mountains. The woods swallowed our voices, mocked our desperation. Eerily silent, the kind of silence that felt heavy, watchful, pregnant with something unseen, something malevolent. We stumbled onto a deer trail, a narrow track cutting through thick brush, winding deeper into the shadowed woods, leading us further and further from the fragile safety of the campsite. And then we heard it. Muffled cries, faint, weak, but unmistakable. Help, Sarah. We sprinted towards the sound, crashing through branches, stumbling over roots, adrenaline pumping, hope flickering like a fragile candle in the darkness of our fear. Nearly tumbling down a hidden ravine, a sudden drop into shadow and damp earth. And there it was, at the bottom of the ravine, nestled against the steep slope, almost swallowed by the trees and undergrowth. A cabin, ramshackle, decaying, half hidden by a fallen oak, just like in my nightmares. Sarah's voice again, fainter, pained, drifting from inside the dilapidated structure, carried on the cold morning air. My stomach churned, bile rising in my throat. The place reeked, even from here, decay, rot, death. Overwhelming stench of damp earth, moldering wood, and something elsey, something sickly sweet, something rotten and wrong. Chris and I crept forward, quiet as ghosts. Adrenaline tightening our muscles, fear sharpening our senses, stepping over a thick, rusted chain lying in the dirt by the cabin door, a silent, ominous warning. The door was ajar, just a crack, a sliver of darkness leading into deeper darkness. And I saw it again. Dried blood, splattered on the rough, hewn wooden threshold, dark against the weathered wood. My heart hammered so hard I thought it might burst. A frantic drumbeat against the suffocating silence of the Appalachian morning. We were going in. We had to. But I knew, with a chilling certainty that settled deep in my bones, that we were walking into a trap, into the heart of the nightmare, into something far worse than we could possibly imagine. We found her inside. Sarah, bound to a chair in the corner, slumped and still. A rag stuffed in her mouth, eyes wide, black with terror, reflecting the dim light filtering through the grimy cabin window. Cuts on her arms. Her face, raw and weeping, like someone had dragged her through a briar patch, through the unforgiving thorns of the Appalachian wilderness. We rushed to her, adrenaline surging, hands fumbling with the filthy ropes, sawing at them with Chris's pocket knife, cutting her free from her prison. Who did this? Chris whispered, voice shaking, raw with a mixture of fear and rage. She shook her head. tears carving tracks through the grime on her cheeks, her breath coming in ragged gasps once we ripped the gag from her mouth. "A man," she choked out, voice hoarse, barely a whisper. "Hooded facey hidden," said payment. Didn't know for what, just pain. A sickening realization slammed into me, cold and sharp as a mountain wind. Damon's deal. Gone spectacularly, catastrophically sideways. Had he made a deal with something far darker than just drug dealers? Something that demanded a payment in blood and terror, and Sarah had become the collateral. I was about to say something, to yell, to scream at the injustice of it all, when Chris hissed again, sharper this time, pulling me back from the edge of my own rage and fear. More company. We turned, slowly, head snapping around, adrenaline spiking again, muscles tensing, ready to fight, to flee, to do anything but face whatever was lurking in the shadows of that cabin. And froze, leaning against the back wall, slumped in shadow, almost blending into the decaying wood, a figure. Too familiar. Chris's face. But not Chris. Just a twisted, grotesque mockery of my friend. Catatonic, yet somehow watchful. Eyes half-lidded, vacant, yet I felt them on me, cold and assessing. At first, in the dim light, in the shock and adrenaline of the moment, I almost thought stranger. Some mountain hermit. Some backwoods freak who'd stumbled into the cabin. Then I saw him move, a slow, deliberate shift of weight, and I recognized him. Trevor. Only Trevor was standing right beside me, flashlight clutched in his hand, face pale and drawn, just as shocked, just as horrified as I was. The real Chris. My mind, it just fractured. Couldn't process, logic shattered, reality warped. The figure on the floor, it lifted its head, slowly, deliberately, like a predator awakening. And in the dim light, filtering through the dust-streaked window, I saw its eyes, pure black, devoid of pupil, of iris, just two pools of absolute, consuming darkness. It smiled, a mirthless, horrible grin, stretching its lips too wide, pulling its cheeks into a grotesque parody of human joy. And then it moved, inhumanly fast, faster than anything human, lunged. Chris reacted first, instinct honed by years of cynical self-preservation kicking in. Slammed the cabin door shut, a desperate, futile gesture against something that felt like it could tear through wood and bone with equal ease. Just as the thing reached us, claws outstretched, teeth bared in that horrifying grin. But not quite fast enough. The possessed figure slashed out, a jagged piece of metal. A broken piece of rusted farm equipment maybe, glinting in its hand, catching the faint light. Sliced across Chris's forearm, a sickening wet sound of tearing flesh. Chris yelped, stumbled back, clutching his arm, blood welling between his fingers. Sarah screamed again, a raw, terrified sound that echoed in the cramped cabin. Adrenaline spiked, a flood of pure, primal fight or flight. I scrambled, desperate, panicked, grabbed something, anything, to defend us. My hand closed around a rusted pipe, cold and rough in my grasp. Lying discarded on the dirt floor, a forgotten relic of some forgotten purpose. Swung it, blindly, desperately. The figure dodged. Impossibly easy, too fluid, too fast for something human. Let out a guttural sound, something between a growl and a sob. Something inhuman. Something ancient and hungry, that vibrated through the cramped space, shaking the very air around us. Sarah, panicked, disoriented, tried to bolt for the door, to escape the suffocating horror of the cabin. Bad move. The possessed man lunged again, faster than humanly possible, a blur of motion, dragging a wickedly sharp hunting knife, impossibly retrieved from nowhere, across her leg. She went down, screaming, collapsing onto the dirt floor in a heap of pain and terror. Chris, despite his bleeding arm, despite the shock and fear, tackled the figure, a desperate, heroic act of pure instinct. They went down in a tangle of limbs, a chaotic, brutal struggle, crashing into a rotted table in the center of the cabin. Wood splintered, table legs snapped, the whole thing collapsing under their weight in a cloud of dust and decay. The figure, inhumanly strong, impossibly fast, pinned Chris to the ground, straddling him, that deranged smile stretching wider, impossibly wider, across Chris's face, eyes burning with black, empty hunger. I swung the pipe again, fueled by adrenaline and terror, by a primal need to protect my friends, to survive, hard, desperate, connected with its ribs, a sickening thud of bone and flesh. This time it barely flinched, just let out a shriek, a sound that defied description, otherworldly, unholy, somewhere between a child's cry and a vulture's screech. A sound that clawed at my sanity, released Chris as if he were nothing more than a discarded toy. Focused on me, those black, empty eyes locking onto mine, promising pain, promising death, promising something far worse. Adrenaline screaming through my veins, a white hot rush of fear and fury. I backed away, pipe raised. A pathetic defense against something that, like it had crawled out of the mountains themselves. Something ancient and unstoppable. But it closed the distance in a blink, faster than thought, faster than human reaction. Knife flashed again, a silver arc in the dim light. Slashed across my chest, a searing line of fire, tearing my shirt, ripping through skin and muscle, drawing hot, sticky blood. Stumbled back, gasping, pain blooming in my chest, vision blurring at the edges, but managed to kick out, a desperate, clumsy move, catching it in the knee. Felt bone grind against bone. It went down sideways, sprawling on the dirt floor, momentarily off balance. I brought the pipe down again, and again, brutal, desperate blows, fueled by pure survival instinct. On its arm, on its shoulder, on its head, forcing it to drop the knife, the metal clattering on the dirt floor. Chris scrambled to his feet, ignoring his bleeding arm, grabbed the knife from the dirt floor, his face pale and grim, set with a terrible resolve, and with one swift brutal motion, no hesitation, no mercy, plunged it into the figure's back, right between the shoulder blades. The thing shrieked again, a final, agonizing cry that felt like it was splitting my brain open, tearing my soul apart, then collapsed. Body convulsed for a second, a violent shudder that shook the very cabin, then lay still, dead still. Silence descended, heavy, absolute, broken only by our ragged gasps for breath, by Sarah's whimpers of pain. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the sudden, terrifying quiet. I pressed a hand to my chest, against the burning slash, fingers slick with blood, palm soaking crimson. "We have to get out of here," I gasped, voice raw, strained, barely audible above the ringing in my ears. Sarah was bleeding badly. Chris's arm was sliced open and oozing blood, and I felt like I was about to fold in on myself, pass out right there on the cabin floor, in the stench of blood and decay and something ancient and evil. We limped out of the cabin, a broken, bleeding trio, half carrying Sarah, who was fading in and out of consciousness, her weight a dead weight in our arms. Morning sunlight, it felt alien, harsh, blinding, almost painful after that claustrophobic, blood-soaked darkness, after the suffocating evil of that cabin. And that's when we saw it, fully, clearly, in the cold morning light. Chilling. The figure in the cabin, lying broken and still on the dirt floor, it had looked exactly like Chris. Same build, same height, same messy brown hair, same sharp, cynical features, same face. Yet Chris was right here, beside me, bleeding, real. I didn't want to think about what it meant, what we had just fought, what we had just killed. Possession. Shape-shifting monster from Appalachian legend. Forest, twisted illusions, preying on our fears. Didn't matter. Labels didn't matter. All that mattered was Sarah, medical help. Now, fast. By the time we stumbled, half crawling, back to the campsite, Chloe was alone, huddled by the dead fire, rocking back and forth, eyes vacant, lost in some private hell. Damon was gone. Vanished. Again. Where is he? I demanded, voice raw. Desperate, fear and exhaustion warring with a rising tide of anger. She looked up, stunned, unseeing. Tears smeared across her face, tracks of grief and terror. He choked me, she whispered, voice trembling, barely audible, broken. Last night, after you left, I tried to follow him again. I was scared. He said I was snooping. Then he just left. Again. And I was too scared to go after him. Too scared to move. We laid Sarah down gently on her sleeping bag, ripped open our pathetic first aid kit again, our meager supplies dwindling. Her leg was a mess, a deep, ragged gash bleeding sluggishly. Stomach lacerated, a horrifying wound oozing blood, and something worse. From that possessed thing's knife. Chris used another clean shirt, ripped it into strips, bandaged his arm as best he could, his face pale and drawn with pain and blood loss. My own cut was burning like fire, throbbing with a deep, sickening ache. Realized the pipey, probably rusted to hell. Tetanus a very real possibility now, on top of everything else. Situation beyond dire. Lost in the Appalachian wilderness. Injured, bleeding, hunted. And possibly cursed. Possibly insane. Possibly already dead and just didn't know it yet. Then Damon stumbled back into the clearing. Again. Like a ghost rising from the earth. Eyes wild, pupils blown wide, fixed and unfocused. Babbling, incoherently. About air. Chasing him. The same entity. Same presence. The scream in the night. The woman in the woods. Chloe rushed to him again. A desperate, pathetic hope flickering in her eyes. Relief, maybe. But he shoved her away again, violently, brutally, still half crazed with fear. With something darker lurking beneath the surface. The men, he choked out, voice cracking, breaking. I met, she killed them. All of them. I saw it. With my own eyes. She was floating, screaming, they just dropped dead. Like their souls ripped out. A wave of revulsion, pure, white, hot anger, surged through me, drowning out the fear, at least for a moment. This is your fault, I snarled, voice shaking with rage, stepping towards him, fists clenched. You brought us here for your damn deal. You're stupid, selfish, and now we're... I never finished the sentence. Because Chloe let out a gasp, a choked, terrified sound that cut through my anger like a shard of ice. Her gaze was fixed on the trees behind us, eyes wide, unblinking, locked on something unseen, something horrifying. And then I saw her too. There. At the edge of the clearing, just beyond the tree line, barely visible in the dappled morning light, half hidden by the ancient, watchful trees. A woman, tall, gaunt, impossibly thin. Hollow eyes, pits of shadow in a face as white as bone. Long, silver hair, tangled and wild, swirling around her like a shroud. Unreal, like a physical embodiment of sorrow, of loss, of ancient Appalachian pain. As soon as I locked eyes with her, as soon as our gazes met across the clearing, a shriek tore through the air, louder than anything I'd ever heard, more agonizing than any human scream. Anguished, desolate, it slammed into me, a physical force, a wave of pure, unadulterated terror. I dropped to my knees, hands clamped over my ears, head screaming, vision blurring, the world tilting and swaying around me. Sarah screamed too, a raw, animal cry of pain, writhing on the ground, blood soaking through her makeshift bandages. Damon's eyes went blank, completely empty, like he'd just shut down, his mind retreating into some dark, unreachable corner. Then, in a horrifying, sickening instant, a moment that would forever be burned into my nightmares, Chloe shrieked again, louder this time, a desperate, pleading cry.
Damon, no.
Please, Damon, no. He'd grabbed her by the hair, yanking her head back, exposing her throat. Knife in his other hand. The same hunting knife the possessed Chris thing had used in the cabin, impossibly in his hand now. Before I could even move, before I could even react, Mia convulsed in his grip, a shudder running through her body, eyes rolling back in her head, showing only the whites, sank to her knees, collapsing at his feet, a thin line of blood blooming on her neck, staining the mossy ground crimson. Damon's face had twisted, contorted, a grotesque mask of emotion I couldn't read, couldn't comprehend. Fear, rage, grief. Something elsey, something colder, darker, inhuman, ancient Appalachian evil, pulling the strings, puppeteering his body, guiding his hand. For a split second, a flicker of something human in his eyes, a brief, agonizing flash of recognition, of struggle. It looked like Damon, for one fleeting moment, was fighting himself. His arm shook, his hand trembled, and he mumbled something unintelligible, a broken, desperate plea lost in the screams and the mountain silence. Then the light went out of his eyes, the human flicker vanished, and he slashed. Knife across Chloe's throat, a brutal, final act of unspeakable violence. Blood sprayed, arsing through the air. Dark red droplets painting the leaf-littered ground, staining the ancient roots of the trees. I shouted in horror, a roar. Animal roar of grief and rage, staggering forward, fueled by adrenaline and a desperate need for vengeance. Too late. Chloe collapsed, a broken doll flung aside, eyes wide, staring up at the indifferent Appalachian sky, unseeing, already gone. Damon dropped the knife. The metal clattering on the rocks, his hands trembling, still slick with Chloe's blood. Then he turned to me, slowly, deliberately, a slight curl to his lips, not a smile, but a twisted, horrifying mockery of one, a rictus of pure, unadulterated evil. Wasn't Damon anymore. Something else had taken him, something dark and ancient and hungry, something pulling the strings. I grabbed a thick branch, a fallen oak limb lying by the fire pit, heavy and solid in my grasp, swung it with all my remaining strength, fueled by grief and rage and a desperate, futile hope. Connected with his shoulder, a sickening crack of bone and muscle. He stumbled, grunted, but didn't fall, then lunged at me. We went down hard, crashing into the wet leaves and mossy earth, a brutal, desperate struggle for survival. Pain flared in my wounded chest, where that thing in the cabin had slashed me, a searing agony that threatened to overwhelm me, to drag me down into darkness. But adrenaline, pure, unadulterated survival adrenaline. Fueled me, kept me fighting, kept me moving. I managed to roll on top of him, pinning his arms, straddling his chest, the weight of my body pressing down on him, holding him down, for now. But the strength unnatural, inhuman, even in his weakened state. He bucked and struggled, trying to throw me off, his eyes burning with that same empty blackness. Chris, bless him, despite his own injuries, despite the horror of what we were facing, pulled me off at the last second, hauling me back, then landed a vicious kick to Damon's side, a brutal, bone-jarring blow. Damon let out a guttural roar, a sound not human, not animal, something ancient and monstrous, then collapsed, face first into the dirt, finally still. Silence descended again, heavy, absolute, broken only by our ragged breathing, by Sarah's shallow whimpers. The banshee, the woman in the woods, gone, vanished, but the horror she left behind was all too real, all too permanent. Chloe lay dead, broken and still on the forest floor. Damon was unconscious, or worse, possessed, a puppet of something ancient and evil. Sarah was barely holding on, whimpering, delirious, her lifeblood staining the Appalachian earth. My anger and despair churned together, a toxic, corrosive mix, as I faced the impossible reality. Supernatural or not, ghost or monster or mountain madness, we were trapped in a nightmare, a waking hell with no easy escape, no guarantee of survival. We gathered what was left of our gear, what little we could carry, our movements slow, clumsy, weighted down by grief and exhaustion and blood loss. Supporting Sarah between us, her weight dragging us down, each step an agonizing effort. I felt lightheaded, vision blurring, fading in and out, blood loss making the world swim around me. But I forced myself to keep going, one foot in front of the other, driven by a primal need to escape, to survive, to get Sarah out of these cursed mountains. We left Damon behind, unconscious, possibly possessed, a broken vessel discarded by whatever evil had used him. Tears burned in my eyes, blurring my vision further, at the memory of Chloe's last scream, at the horror of what Damon had become. We had no sense of direction, no map, no compass, nothing but a desperate instinct to flee, to escape the suffocating grip of the mountains. But we aimed east, blindly, instinctively, hoping, praying, to hit the main road, a ranger station, any sign of civilization, any escape from this Appalachian nightmare. Hours passed in a blur of pain and terror, the sun climbing higher in the sky, casting long, distorted shadows through the ancient trees. The forest floor a treacherous maze of roots and rocks and fallen leaves. The only real memories I have of that time, of that agonizing, desperate trick, are fragmented, disjointed, nightmarish. Chris's ragged breathing, harsh and strained. Sarah's whimpers, weak and fading. The metallic stench of my own blood, soaked shirt clinging to me like a shroud. The oppressive silence of the woods broken only by the rustling leaves and the distant, mocking whisper of the wind through the trees. Then we saw them. Silhouettes, dark shapes moving between the trees, ahead of us on the trail, blocking our path. My first instinct was to run, to turn and flee back into the suffocating woods, to try and lose ourselves in the undergrowth, to escape whatever new horror the mountains were about to unleash. But then I saw them more clearly, stepped out of the shadows into the dappled sunlight. They wore dark tactical gear, military grade, not the rugged clothes of hikers, not the ragged clothes of criminals. FBI, park rangers, some branch of law enforcement, finally, mercifully, arriving to pull us from this hell. Relief washed over me, so potent, so overwhelming, it almost buckled my knees, a wave of pure, desperate hope crashing over me. Salvation. Finally. Maybe. They found us in a small clearing, a small patch of sunlight breaking through the oppressive canopy. A man stepped forward, separating himself from the group, his face grim, unreadable, professional. "Agent Caldwell," he said, voice flat, devoid of emotion, extending a hand, though I was too weak, too injured, too numb to take it. He looked from Sarah's mangled leg, the blood still oozing, staining the makeshift bandages, to the blood caked on Chris and me, the ripped clothes, the haunted, hollow look in our eyes. And his face remained unreadable, impassive, like he was assessing us, cataloging us, but seeing nothing human, nothing worth saving. "We need help," I gasped, voice raw, barely audible, pointing back the way we'd come, back towards the cabin, back towards the heart of the nightmare. Something attacked us, back there, in the woods. Agent Caldwell signaled to his team. A curt nod of his head, a silent command. They fanned out, guns drawn, weapons raised, moving with a practiced, chilling efficiency. Like they were expecting a firefight, expecting something far worse than injured hikers. Chris let out a shaky breath, a ragged sigh of something that sounded like relief, but tasted like ashes in my mouth. "Thank God," he mumbled, swaying on his feet, exhaustion and blood loss finally catching up to him. For a fleeting moment, a fragile, foolish second, I actually believed we were saved. Then I noticed Caldwell's gaze, lingering on me too long, too intently, not with concern, not with sympathy, not even with professional interest, but with something else, something cold, something calculating. Like he was assessing not just our injuries, but whether we were a threat or just an inconvenience to be dealt with. One of the agents knelt beside Sarah, efficient, practiced, pressing a hand to her forehead, checking her pulse, his movements swift, clinical, devoid of emotion. She was delirious, eyes rolling back in her head, moaning softly, barely clinging to consciousness. "Medic," he barked into his radio, voice sharp, urgent, finally showing some sign of human emotion. "Need a medic, now. Priority 1. Another agent, younger, harder-faced, guided Chris and me away, hands patting us down, rough, impersonal. As if we were goddamn suspects, not victims. My mind reeled, spinning, trying to make sense of it, trying to understand. Why? Why were they treating us like criminals? Why the guns? Why the secrecy? Caldwell spoke again, low voice, right in my ear, close, too close. His breath cold on my skin. "You saw something back there. Not a question. An order. A statement of fact." "Yes," I said, throat raw, voice barely a whisper, ignoring the dryness, the pain, the fear that threatened to choke me. Banshee. I don't know what else to call it. Insane. People died, our friends. Chloe, she's dead. Damon, he's gone. Words just choked up, broken, lost in the overwhelming horror of it all. Tears welled in my eyes, blurring my vision, the world dissolving into a hazy, indistinct mess of light and shadow. Caldwell's face stayed stone, impassive, unreadable. "These woods," he said again, voice flat, cold as the mountain air. "They have a history. A long history. Things happen here. Things people don't understand." "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked again, voice desperate, pleading for some kind of explanation, some kind of sanity in this madness. But I already knew, deep down, that there was no sanity here, only shadows and secrets and ancient Appalachian evil. He waved another agent over, a silent, curt gesture, whispered instructions I couldn't catch, too low, too fast, too professional, turned back to me, those cold, assessing eyes locking onto mine again, holding me captive. "We'll take care of it," he said, voice flat, final, devoid of comfort or compassion. "But you never saw anything. Understood. You got lost. Hiking accident. One dead from a fall. Others injured. That's the story. That's the only story." Shock stabbed through me, colder and sharper than any knife. "Never saw anything. People are dead. Agent Caldwell. My friends are dead. Chloe is dead. Damon is gone. And Sarah." Caldwell's lips tightened, a thin, hard line in his impassive face. "We have orders," he cut me off, voice like ice. "This area, highly classified. For reasons you wouldn't understand. Reasons you don't need to understand. If you speak of what happened here to anyone, you'll face consequences. Serious consequences." "Understood." Outrage boiled in my chest. A furious, impotent rage against the injustice, against the cover-up, against the cold, uncaring machinery of whatever organization Caldwell represented. "Sarah needs a hospital. Chris has a knife wound. I'm bleeding. We need. You'll get medical attention." Caldwell cut me off again, voice cold, final, dismissive. "But your statements, any recordings, any photos, any evidence disappears. Here. Now." "Understood." He didn't wait for an answer, just stared at me, those cold, black eyes boring into mine, a silent, unwavering threat. I looked at Chris, swaying on his feet, pale and broken, too drained to argue, too defeated to fight. We had no choice. Armed agents surrounding us, guns drawn, faces grim. Sarah's life hanging by a thread, dependent on their help. We couldn't fight, couldn't run, couldn't even scream. In the end, I nodded, slowly, reluctantly, hate and desperation swirling inside me, a bitter, poisonous mix that threatened to consume me whole. "Understood," I whispered, the word tasting like ash in my mouth. A surrender to something far larger, far darker, far more powerful than anything I could comprehend. The next thing I remember clearly, waking up in a sterile, white hospital bed. No memory of the journey, no memory of the agents. Just white walls, beeping machines, the smell of antiseptic and fear. Wounds stitched, bandaged, throbbing with pain. Pumped full of antibiotics, painkillers, something to numb the edges of the horror. Chris was in the next room, recovering from his own injuries, his arm in a sling, his face still pale and haunted. Sarah had survived the stabbing, miraculously, but the doctors said serious internal injuries. Long road ahead. A very long road. When we tried to explain Blackwood, the cabin, the things the local authorities, the state police, whoever we talked to, just brushed us off. Polite smiles, blank eyes, official dismissals. "Never found any cabin, sir. No missing persons matching your descriptions, ma'am. Hiking accident. Tragic, of course. Official story, hiking accident. One dead from a fall, Damon, conveniently. Others injured us. Closed body. Never recovered. Lost in the wilderness. Damon's either. Presumed lost. Final insult, non-disclosure agreements. Thick packets of legalese, shoved under our noses by men in dark suits, faces as impassive as Agent Caldwell's. Sign them, or face legal complications. Obstruction of justice. National security. whispered threats that hung heavy in the sterile hospital air. Cover up pure and simple. Appalachian silence swallowing Appalachian horror. Never saw Agent Caldwell again. Any mention of Banshee. Strange events. Blackwood. Appalachian wilderness. Met with polite smiles, blank stares. Immediate dismissal. Stress-induced hallucinations. Group trauma. Understandable, given the circumstances. But the truth, it lingers. A cold, hard knot of terror in my gut, haunting me. Late nights. In the suffocating silence of my own apartment, I replay it all, over and over, behind my eyelids, in the echoing chambers of my mind. Close scream, cut short, final. Monster grin on Damon's face, twisted and inhuman. The wail of that gaunt woman in the woods, echoing through the ancient trees, a sound that still makes my blood run cold. Weeks turned into months. Life, of a sort, went on. Or tried to. Small package in the mail months later. No return address. Just heavy, unsettling silence. Inside a tattered, blood-stained scarf. Just like the one we found snagged on the tree branch that first day, that first innocent morning, before the horror began. And a thumb drive. Cheap plastic, anonymous, unmarked. Plugged it into my laptop, against my better judgment, drawn by a morbid curiosity. A desperate need for answers, for some kind of closure that would never come. Expecting random files, government documents, threats. Instead, audio file. One file. Clicked play, heart hammering against my ribs, breath catching in my throat, played. Same high-pitched shriek. Unmistakable. Unforgettable. Haunted those nights in the Appalachians, haunted my waking hours, haunted my dreams. Hands shook uncontrollably as I listened, feeling that same icy dread crawl up my spine, a cold, suffocating wave of terror washing over me, dragging me back to those cursed mountains, back to the blood and screams and the ancient, watching trees. Every time I hear a distant siren, a high-pitched whine of feedback from a speaker, the wind whistling through a crack in the window, I'm back in those woods, seeing clothes, blood on the ground, dark against the mossy earth, feeling the sting of that knife across my chest, a phantom pain that never truly fades. Sarah and Chris, we don't talk about it. Rarely, almost never, but I see it in their eyes. When we do meet, the flicker of shared nightmare, the unspoken terror that binds us together, that isolates us from everyone else. The nightmares, they see them too. Official narrative is set in stone, carved in bureaucratic indifference and government lies. Lost hikers, a tragic accident, to disappearances. Sheer luck, we made it out, the lucky few survivors. Nobody questions the armed federal agents in the woods that day. Their presence erased from the official record, scrubbed clean from the narrative. Nobody asks about the missing bodies, the unexplained injuries, the suffocating silence that hangs over Blackwood, over the Appalachian wilderness. But I know what I saw, know what we faced. Know there's something out there, in those ancient mountains, something beyond human comprehension, something hungry and evil and old as the hills themselves. Banshee. Vengeful spirit of the mountains, twisted by time and pain and loss. Maybe just evil itself, raw and primal, wearing the face of a hollow-eyed woman, a whisper of a scream on the wind.
And I know,
with a chilling certainty that chills me to the bone every time I think about it, that those who venture into the Appalachian wilderness, unprepared, disrespectful, or seeking darker dealings, might encounter the same fate, might stumble into the same nightmare. might never come back out, so I keep my mouth shut. For now. Swallowed by Appalachian silence, just like everything else that disappears into those ancient mountains. No telling what the government, or whatever forces run that place, whatever ancient power Caldwell and his agents were protecting, might do if I spoke, if I broke the silence, if I dared to challenge the official narrative. Still can't shake it, the pull, the urge to dig deeper, to understand, to find the truth buried beneath the lies, and the blood and the mountain silence. Maybe one day, when the nightmares fade, if they ever fade, I'll go back. Maybe I'll find proof, some tangible piece of evidence to shatter the cover up, to expose the darkness lurking in the heart of the Appalachians. But for now, just trying to cling to scraps of normal, to the illusion of normalcy, to the fragile hope of forgetting the screams that still echo in my nightmares, that still haunt my waking hours, that will likely haunt me until the day I die. I've told you my story now, because I can't keep it bottled up any longer, can't carry the weight of it alone anymore. Needed to speak it into the void, to let someone, anyone, hear the truth, even if they don't believe it. Believe it if you will. Don't believe it if you won't. Call it a twisted campfire tale, a fever dream born of trauma and fear. Doesn't matter. I've learned my lesson, etched in blood and terror and Appalachian silence. There are horrors in the darkness of those trees, in the ancient heart of those mountains. And sometimes, in the face of such ancient, unknowable evil, the living are far more frightening than the dead.